The Senate will come to order. The chaplain will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Holy God, creator and sustainer of life, thank you for the inward prompting that draws us closer to you. Bless our senators today. Make them leaders who are committed, competent, and courageous. Lord, empower them to live lives that are above reproach. Give them self-control, gentleness, and humility. Remind them that you do not ask success, but faithfulness. Help them to set exemplary standards in speech, conduct, and purity. Give them a bless families and amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Senate.
Washington, D.C., March 20, 2026. To the Senate, I appoint the Honorable Alan Armstrong, a senator from the state of Oklahoma, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. The Senate will be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, yesterday on the floor, I discussed some of our accomplishments here in the Senate. And one of those accomplishments is restoring regular order consideration of appropriation bills. Unfortunately, in fiscal year 2025, we were forced to do a full-year CR after the failures of the previous Democrat majority and the Biden administration to enact full-year bills in a timely manner. But at the start of this year, we are on the verge of concluding an open, member-driven, and bipartisan appropriations process and passing the full complement of 12 full-year appropriations bills. It's what I said I wanted to do when Republicans took the majority last year. And we were about to get it done. That is, until Democrats reneged on our bipartisan DHS funding bill. A bill, I might add, that included bipartisan reforms and money for additional body cameras for immigration enforcement. When they backed out of this deal, Democrats said they just needed 2 more weeks to negotiate additional reforms on immigration enforcement. Republicans were willing to do that, and we began negotiations. But then that 2-week deadline came and went without much progress. And pretty soon it drug on into 40, 41, 42, 43, 45 days. And instead of agreeing to fund the Department of Homeland Security while negotiations continued, Democrats shut the department down. Meanwhile, the White House implemented reforms of its own. And as negotiations continued, the White House repeatedly offered Democrats a robust package of legislative reforms. But as the weeks dragged on, it became clear that Democrats weren't interested in reforms at all. And eventually, they just walked away. Now, why would they do that, Mr. President? If reforming immigration enforcement is as important as Democrats were claiming, why would Democrats choose to walk away from reforms? I suspect it's either that the reforms that the Trump administration implemented were adequate to solve the problem at hand, or, and I think this is the real reason, Democrats weren't interested in reforms at all. They wanted a political issue, something that would please the far left. And apparently they decided that defunding law enforcement would be a winner for them, because that's what we are talking about here, Mr. President. Democrats voted to defund border security. They voted to defund immigration enforcement. Not reform, Mr. President, defund, and defund completely. It's really quite shameful. A few weeks ago on the floor, the Democrat leader said that ICE and Border Patrol are 2 agencies that, quote, nobody respects in this country, end quote. Nobody respects Border Patrol and ICE, Mr. President. Those are the Democrat leader's words. Apparently, the fact that there are men and women risking their lives against drug cartels and gang members doesn't merit respect from Democrats. Not only that, but Democrats apparently don't think we should have these agencies that go after criminals, stop illegal drugs from entering our country, fight human trafficking, and enforce our nation's immigration laws. And that last one is, I think, the real issue here, Mr. President. Do Democrats believe we should enforce our immigration laws? It really seems like they don't. For years now, Democrat-led cities and states have implemented sanctuary policies that prevent their law enforcement agencies from cooperating with immigration authorities. Those policies have had deadly consequences. The murder of Laken Riley is just one example. Yet Democrats still defend these misguided policies. Then, under President Biden, Democrats' embrace of open border policies reached its zenith. The Biden administration clearly did not believe in enforcing our immigration laws, and the result was year upon year of record-breaking illegal immigration. As even the New York Times has reported, and I quote, after Mr. Biden became president, migrant encounters at the southern border quickly doubled and then kept rising. New arrivals overwhelmed border stations, then border towns, and eventually major cities like New York and Denver, end quote. Still, Mr. President, Democrats embrace open borders. And make no mistake, that is exactly what Democrats are embracing when they opt for giving no funding, zero funding to Border Patrol and ICE. What they're suggesting is that we have no physical presence at our borders. They're suggesting that we don't have law enforcement officers taking criminal, illegal immigrants off of our streets. I really have to wonder who they're doing this for. Because letting illegal immigrants enter our country unchecked and allowing criminal illegal immigrants to roam free is certainly not putting the American people first. Mr. President, Democrats have made their choice. They would rather have applause from the far left, defund the police crowd than keep the American people safe. They would rather have a political issue this November than do their jobs. As I say, they've made their choice. Fortunately, Republicans can fund these critical agencies without Democrats' assistance. And we will be moving forward with the final steps of that process shortly. Mr. President, as I said at the top of my remarks, I wanted to restore regular order bipartisan consideration of funding bills, and we were doing that. And despite Democrats' partisan games, we're still going to get the entire federal government funded. We're going to ensure our immigration laws are enforced and criminal, illegal aliens are not allowed to live freely in our country. And if Democrats want to play partisan games and vote against border security, well, they're free to do that. But Republicans are going to do our jobs and ensure that law enforcement can do theirs. Mr. President, I yield the floor and suggest the opposite of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Are you going to bow down, President? Mr. President,
Democratic
quorum?
leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it's been a hell of a bad week for Donald Trump and his Republicans, maybe the worst week they have ever had. Bogged down by Donald Trump's stunningly corrupt MAGA slush fund, Trump's billion-dollar taxpayer-funded ballroom, and the record-breaking gas costs as we approach the Memorial Day weekend, Republicans are having a terrible, terrible week. One that may even rival as bad a week as they had when they passed their so-called big, beautiful bill, which America hated. And it's only Wednesday. It's only Wednesday. But however bad this week is for Republicans, and believe me, it's bad, it's been even worse for the American people. First, on Trump's nearly $2 billion MAGA slush fund. Incredible depravity, disgusting selfishness. Yesterday, Trump's Department of Justice expanded the settlement he made with himself, granting him and his family immunity from tax audits. Did you hear that, America? Trump just gave his family a license to commit tax fraud to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, if not more. He's using nearly $2 billion, America, of your taxpayer dollars that he's placed in a slush fund to enrich his MAGA loyalists. Trump doesn't have to pay his taxes, and meanwhile, he's using your tax dollars, America, to line the pockets of his families and his far-right cronies. The naked corruption, something as low and depraved as we have ever seen, is absolutely egregious. Only in Trump's Washington could a president sue himself, settle with himself, and somehow stick the American people with the bill. Who would have thought that even a man as depraved and low as Donald Trump, as dishonest and as selfish, would do something like this? Trump's slush fund is a heist where the robber owns the bank, runs the police department, and gets to pardon himself on the way out. Just as egregious as how Trump stole this money is who he plans to give it to: his billionaire cronies, convicted criminals, and the cop beaters who maimed our brave United States Capitol Police on January the 6th. Meanwhile, Trump is making a deal with himself, shaking hands with himself on a corrupt deal as he shakes down the American people. Republican senators should make no mistake. Democrats are going to force Republican senators to vote on this slush fund on the floor in the upcoming reconciliation bill in the next day or two. Republicans will not be able to duck or hide. Republicans, are you for the slush fund, this evil, corrupt slush fund, or are you against it? Are you going to bow down to Donald Trump when you know how egregious, how despicable, how nasty, how disgusting this slush fund is? Will you bow down to Trump? Will you vote for the slush fund or against it? Democrats are going to force Republicans to take a stand in the next day. Now, the next chapter, as part of Trump's terrible, terrible week, is the ballroom. Yesterday, Donald Trump defended his billion-dollar, gold-plated, taxpayer-funded ballroom, calling it, quote, a gift to the United States of America. A gift? Let's call Trump's ballroom for what it is: a boondoggle, a vanity project, an insult to every American, especially those struggling to make ends meet right now. This ballroom is no gift to the American people. It's congressional Republican personal gift to Donald J. Trump, right? It's the senators, Republican senators here in this chamber, giving Donald Trump a personal gift of a billion-dollar ballroom. Trump said yesterday, again, he just lies. Trump said yesterday that the ballroom is not going to be paid for by the taxpayer. Then why have Americans watched Republicans work round the clock on a proposal after proposal to grant $1 billion to build Trump's ballroom, all at the taxpayer's expense? When Trump says it's not going to be paid for by the taxpayer, it's flagrant, shameless lying. He's very good at that. Fortunately, Democrats stopped Republicans' first attempt to fund the ballroom through reconciliation. But rest assured, the Senate GOP is working to take money out of your paycheck to finance Trump's palace, America. Republicans are in such disarray as they scramble over the ballroom. Now they're slow-walking the whole process. We still don't have a reconciliation bill on our desks. Regardless of whether the ballroom funding makes it into the reconciliation bill, and Democrats will keep fighting to ensure that it doesn't, Republicans have already showed America their true colors. While Democrats are fighting to lower Americans' costs, Republicans are fighting like hell to waste billions of dollars on things taxpayers do not want, do not need, and certainly should not be forced to pay for. That's true of the billion-dollar ballroom. That's true of the tens of billions of dollars the Republican bill would give to Trump's masked agents who have gunned down Americans in the streets. It's true of the whole GOP entire agenda. Republicans can change the price tag of the ballroom. They tried to rewrite the text. They even attempted to hide this boondoggle in the bill, but we caught them. Republicans will not be able to distance themselves from this corruption. Democrats will make sure of that. No matter what happens, we will make sure the American people know where Republicans stand. We'll make sure Republicans have to go on the record and show what they're really fighting for when we vote this week. Trump's gilded palaces, not working families, not lower costs, not the American people. The American people want lower costs. They're giving money to the ballroom. They're giving money to the slush fund. How out of touch are they? How harmful are they to the working family's the average working family's interests? And then a third part of Trump's terrible, terrible, terrible week is the continuing increase in gas prices. As Americans pack up the car, fire up the grill ahead of Memorial Day, they're getting crushed by the skyrocketing costs of Trump's disastrous war in Iran. With gas selling for over $4.50 a gallon, up nearly 45% since this time last year, many Americans are canceling their Memorial Day plans because they simply can't afford to drive. Americans can't afford a barbecue when the cost of the beef they put on the grill and the propane they use to fuel it are both going up too. Republicans ought to take note that among the states that have seen the greatest increase in gas prices since the war are the battleground states of Ohio, Michigan, and Alaska. One report said those are the three highest. They're the battleground states. What did Donald Trump have to say yesterday about these surging gas prices across the country? Quote, he said, "This is peanuts." Can you believe this guy? Donald Trump thinks the hundreds of extra dollars Americans are shelling out at the gas station each month are peanuts, a pittance. What does he know? Does he ever fill up his own tank with gas? No. Trump should tell that. Trump should tell the American people that he thinks it's a pittance. And tell that to America's small businesses, which suffered their biggest decline in 2 years last month because of the surge in costs. Trump should tell that to American farmers who are struggling to afford fuel for their tractors and agricultural equipment after facing rising costs from tariffs and now increased costs of fertilizer. The GOP continues to stand by Donald Trump's handling of this war, but the cracks are starting to form. Yesterday, Democrats convinced enough Republicans to break ranks and advance our War Powers Resolution to end Trump's war. Our vote on our War Powers Resolution yesterday was an important step towards ending Trump's war, but we won't stop pushing and pushing and pushing until Republicans finally join us in ending this reckless war. Democrats are going to keep the pressure up. In conclusion, this has been a terrible week, a terrible, terrible week for Donald Trump and Republicans. And it will get only worse for our Senate Republicans during vote-a-rama, because Democrats are going to force Senate Republicans to vote on amendment after amendment about Trump's ballroom, Trump's slush fund, and the rising costs of Trump's war. They're not going to be able to hide. The American people are going to see the clear difference between the parties. We're for working people. We're for getting costs down, going after corruption, ending the chaos. And yet they, by backing Donald Trump, make all three worse. I encourage the American people to watch this debate, though they already know what they'll see. Republicans fighting for Trump, Democrats fighting to lower costs. And finally, to make matters even worse for this terrible, terrible week for Republicans, I'll utter one final word: Texas. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have a simple message for the dedicated men and women of ICE and Border Patrol. Help is on the way. You spent the last 5 months guarding our borders and protecting our communities. You were defunded by the Democrats. You were demonized by members of the media. Your homes and your families were threatened by radicals. Courageously, you carried out your mission, and you do it with patriotism, professionalism, and resolve. Your commitment makes America safer. Republicans are fighting to send you the support you need as you continue to do your duty. For the first time in 4 years, the United States now has a secure border. Under Joe Biden and the Democrats, 10 million illegal immigrants flooded into our country. Democrats' catch and release policies turned every state into a border state. Today, under Republicans, catch and release has been replaced with detain and deport. 0 illegal immigrants have entered our nation in the past year. Hundreds of illegal immigrant criminals are being removed each and every week. In just 2 weeks last month, officers in Houston arrested 277 illegal immigrant criminals, criminals who have been convicted of a total of 751 offenses. This isn't an innocent group of people. It's convicted murderers, it's child abusers, it's drug dealers, it is violent gang members. And this is just in one city, Houston, Texas. Let me state the obvious. Illegal immigrant criminals do not make our communities or our country safer. They make our communities more dangerous. Republicans want the law to be upheld. We want to continue to remove illegal immigrant criminals from our communities. And President Trump has made significant progress making communities safer. Republicans will protect this progress and keep it going into the future. That's what this week is all about here in the United States Senate. Senate Republicans have introduced legislation to fully fund the men and women of immigration enforcement. It's called the Secure America Act. The Secure America Act fully funds Immigration and Customs Enforcement. It fully funds the U.S. Border Patrol. It funds them for not 1 year, not 2 years, but 3 full years. It guarantees full funding for ICE and Border Patrol for the entire presidency of President Trump. This is an urgent priority. Since January, Democrats have blocked critical funding for ICE. They blocked critical funding for Border Patrol. Democrats continue to try to defund law enforcement in America at this very moment. Democrats don't respect law enforcement. They will not honor their sacrifice, and Democrats refuse to fund them. Today's Democrat Party is more interested in protecting illegal immigrant criminals than it is in protecting law-abiding American citizens. Today's Democrat Party belongs to the radicals who want to abolish ICE and return to open borders. Democrats are willing to sacrifice the safety and security of the American people to illegal immigrant criminals. And that's why Republicans will fully fund law enforcement without a single Democrat vote. Republicans will pass the Secure America Act. This is a choice between safe communities and open borders. This is about protecting America's law-abiding citizens. Mr. President, on a separate note, in January of 1997, a determined daughter of Northern Maine cast her first vote in the United States Senate. It was a humble start, and it has grown into one of the most remarkable records in Senate history. An unbroken streak of conservative votes that continues to this very day. For nearly 30 years, nothing, and I mean nothing, has stopped Senator Susan Collins from coming to this floor and casting her vote on behalf of the good people of Maine. Senator Collins now stands on the threshold of a significant milestone. 10,000 consecutive votes in the United States Senate. She hasn't missed a single vote in her entire Senate career. Not one. This is a remarkable accomplishment. Of course, if you ask Susan, she'll tell you that it wasn't about chasing a record. It was about reflecting the values of Maine. Susan votes with confidence, with courage, and with conviction. This is her commitment to her constituents. She works as hard for them as they do for their families. Her dedication is incredible. As the Senate Majority Whip, it is my job to count the votes. No matter the topic, I can count on this. Susan will be here. She will vote with intelligence and integrity, and she will be doing it for the people of Maine. Congratulations to Susan Collins on this historic achievement. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Elsa-Brooks.
Without objection.
Mr. President, thank you. I ask unanimous consent to speak for up to 5 minutes before the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to recognize Pastor Rex Petty for devoting decades of his life to serving the people of Liberal, Kansas, as pastor of the Faith Tabernacle Church, and to congratulate him upon his retirement. He started there as an associate pastor in 1984. Rex soon stepped into the role of interim pastor, and the congregation voted to keep Rex on to continue leading the church. Recently, Rex celebrated an incredible milestone with his congregation, 40 years of ministry at Faith Tabernacle Church. Delvin Kinzer, the news director of Great Plains Christian Radio, said of Rex, he said, "He is more than a local minister devoted to his own congregation. For decades, he has made the entirety of Liberal Kansas his mission field. Pastors have come and gone, but Rex has been a constant source of spiritual leadership in his hometown. His retirement leaves a tremendous void, but those who know him have little doubt that he made a spiritual fabric of this community stronger than it otherwise would have been without him. Always cheerful, always positive, always about Jesus. That is Rex Petty." Rex's passion for service extends far into the Liberal community. He has been an involved member of the Liberal Ministerial Alliance, an organization that brings local churches together to care for the needs of the community. He is eager to minister to others, and he's often brought former NFL players to Liberal to share inspirational messages with students in Southwest Kansas and the Oklahoma Panhandle. Rex also served as the coordinator for the local Liberal High School Baccalaureate. An avid sports fan, he can regularly be seen cheering in the stands at many local youth sporting events. In a recent interview with the local paper, the Leader and Times, Rex said, this is Rex saying, "Maybe we don't have the highest mountains or a lot of the lakes and streams and all that beauty other places have, but what we have is the people. And that's been the most wonderful thing about Liberal." Rex is a civic-minded. He takes pride in his community. He can often be found leading prayers before local government meetings. He was instrumental in creating the city's slogan, "From generosity to prosperity." In this life of service of 40 years, he touched countless lives. A couple of comments that others have made. Roselle Webb is the CEO of the Liberal Chamber of Commerce, and she says, "Rex Petty has been a very, quote, liberal pastor. He has given his time, his heart, not only to his church and congregation, but to everyone in our town. We will miss his sincere love for Liberal." Kansas State Representative Shannon Francis says, "Congratulations to my classmate," because Rex is a high school graduate of Liberal High School. "Congratulations to my classmate Rex Petty on his retirement. Rex is what makes rural America great." Rex is a hometown boy who returned home after college and spent 40 years ministering to his friends, family, and community members. His quiet, moral leadership has always been a source of calm and comfort for our community. We will miss him. I'd like to recognize an additional person, a person besides Rex. It's the person who supported Rex, and like him, is a cherished member of the Liberal community, his wife, Edie. She is committed to serving and investing in the lives of others, including serving as a teacher in the Liberal public schools. This summer, Rex and Edie will celebrate 42 years of marriage. Together, they are passionate about helping others, and they can always be found volunteering for Liberals' Pancake Day and all other good causes. They pass their desire to serve on to their family, and their son, Reed, works on my staff as a district representative serving the people of Kansas. When I'm in town, Rex will always meet me with a warm smile and a steady handshake. He has set a remarkable example of service and legacy that will not be forgotten. Earl Watt, the publisher of the Leader and Times, summed it up pretty well by saying, "Thank you, Rex Petty, for being Liberals' pastor." I congratulate him. In fact, I congratulate them, Rex and Edie, for their service to Kansans, and I wish them the best as they enter this new chapter.
Mr. President, I believe the world has changed one soul at a time. Reverend Petty committed his life to serving Jesus Christ. In that service, he touched many lives, loving his neighbor as himself. Rex Petty, a role model for us all. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Evan Reike of the Virgin Islands, to be judge for the District Court of the Virgin Islands.
The question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative, Mr. Moran, Mr. Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative, Duckworth, Merkley, Murray, Peters, and Smith. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Rosen? Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Blumenthal? Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Coons? Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Warner? Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Hoven? Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Hirono? Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. McConnell? Mr. McConnell, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand? Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Rish. Mr. Rish, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Shaheen. Mr. Shaheen, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 47, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President,
Senator from Wyoming.
I have 12 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills en bloc: S 603 and S 790.
Without objection, the clerk will report en bloc.
S603, a bill to designate the General George C. Marshall House in the Commonwealth of Virginia as an affiliated area of the National Park System and for other purposes. S790, a bill to redesignate the National Historic Trails Interpretive Center in Casper, Wyoming as the Barbara L. Cuban National Historic Trails Interpretive Center.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measures en bloc? Without objection, the committee is discharged. And the Senate will proceed to the measures en bloc.
Mr. President, I further ask that the bills be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, there are many days that I come to this floor to talk about a lot of different policy issues and things we need to get done, and there are a lot of things that need to get done. Our list is long here in the Senate. I did just want to take a moment of personal privilege, not talk about policy for just a moment, but talk about some people. I've got 2 staff members that are leaving my team that my state and the nation may or may not know their name, but they have been exceptionally impactful in what they have done. Jesse Mahan has been on my team, as he reminds me so long that when he first came on the team, he was issued a BlackBerry when he first came on the team. He came on writing letters and doing background work. He led Indian Affairs. He's a tribal member, was a terrific hand in a lot of different areas. He ended up leading a lot of my budget work and then eventually tax work here. He's led through a lot of really complicated issues over the years, and every single time, whether it is tribal law or whether it is tax law, which both of them are very complicated, he thrived. He did his homework, and he helped this nation. There were significant areas of the working families tax cut last year that we got over the finish line because of his work with some of the staff behind the scenes to be able to explain some of the complexity and to be able to convince some people this is actually good for the economy. And he did a terrific job through that process. Unfortunately, we are losing him in the next week, and he will be dearly missed on our team. But there's a lady on our team that is not just a member of our team, she is an Oklahoma institution. Her name is Ramona Taylor. She was born in Oklahoma City, but if you ask her, she's going to claim Burns Flat, Oklahoma. You got to be from Oklahoma to know where Burns Flat is from, or use Google Maps. But Burns Flat, small town, western Oklahoma, she brought those small town, western Oklahoma values to our team as well. She has served the nation for 41 years. 41 years of federal service. And unfortunately, she is retiring. And my state has no idea what's about to happen in the loss of Mona Taylor. She graduated from Burns Flat in 1979, then she went to Central State University, which is now called the University of Central Oklahoma, got a bachelor's degree in business administration, and then began her federal career serving with Congressman Mickey Edwards. Now, this will tell you how long ago that was. At the time, Mickey Edwards was the only Republican member of Congress from Oklahoma. We had one, and it was Mickey. And she served with Mickey Edwards there. She met her husband in 1992, Andy, who is air traffic controller, who has been a terrific leader. They've now been married for 34 years. I have to tell you, she has done remarkable work in ways that people will never know, but just the story of her life is also significant as well. Being the girl from Burns Flat and then finding ways to be able to serve that the country will never forget. She and Andy, when they were married in 1992, they ended up, with his career in air traffic control, moving up to Washington, D.C. They just had their first son, Clay, in 1994, and they moved up to D.C. to have this job up here to be able to work alongside Andy. It was a painful day in April 19th, 1995, when the Murrah Building bombing happened in Oklahoma City. It's a painful day for the entire country, but especially for those of us from Oklahoma. But she realized that day that if she had not been with her husband here in Washington, D.C., that their young son, Clay, would have actually been in the Murrah Building bombing in that daycare that day. It never leaves you. She and her constituent work did a remarkable amount of constituent work to be able to walk alongside families during that time period, because as you can imagine, there was a lot to do. At the time, she had come up to be able to work with Frank Lucas and was serving alongside him in his office here. She returned to work with a guy named J.C. Watts and to be able to serve with J.C. Watts, and then with the person after him, Tom Cole. Along the way, her second son, Sam, was born in 1996, and they continue to be able to build their family. Mona really sunk into what some people call constituent services. She just calls ministry to people. She wants to help in every way that she possibly can. Mona was the one when people want to call and to be able to yell on the phone and they're just angry at whatever's going on in government. Mona was always the calming voice to be able to listen. In fact, our team calls it getting Mona'd, because this angry person would rage and she would listen and calm them, would take notes. And I would tell you, if she couldn't calm them down and they just wanted to continue to be able to scream and cuss at her endlessly, she would just say, "God loves you, thank you, goodbye," and just hang up. Because she wants to be able to help people, just to be able to see that things can get better. And she's helped make it that way over and over again. She had a short stint working with the FAA, and in her leadership role at the FAA is when I was actually elected in the House of Representatives. I'll never forget how I met her. I knew her husband, Andy, before I knew Mona. And we were planning to go on a mission trip together on it, and I had to sit down with Andy and say, "Hey, I can't go on this mission trip because you don't know it. I've not announced it yet, but I'm going to be running for Congress. And so I'm not going to be able to leave with you to go on this mission trip in the days ahead because that's going to be a distraction to what's going on." And I remember him saying to me, "Do you know who my wife is?" And I said, "No." And he said, "My wife's Mona Taylor." And I remember distinctly saying to him, "The Mona Taylor is your wife?" And I said, "I'd love to be able to pick her brain." Everybody wants to know Mona Taylor because she knows so much of behind the scenes about how federal offices work, from working with so many different federal offices and actually finding ways to not just do the job, but to actually serve people in that role, to set an atmosphere on this. I was honored in 2011 when I came in the House of Representatives that Mona agreed to leave FAA, come back into congressional service, and to be able to serve as my district director. And then when I was elected into the Senate, she then took the role as the state director for me. Never regretted that. She's an absolute heart of gold and loves people in that. She's often said that she wants our office to be known for our casework, how we take care of people, and it is. Mona has also mentored countless staff from all of the federal delegation in our state. Literally, there is no caseworker in any of the 7 federal offices in our state that Mona has not impacted in some ways. Mona was the congressional staffer when the Edmond post office shooting happened in 1986. She was the one working with all of those families and trying to be able to help through years ago. She was the one doing a lot of the casework, as I mentioned before, in 1995, with all the victims and families around the Murrah building bombing. She was the one that is actually taking care of a lot of these issues and coordinating the work behind the scenes to make sure we help each person. Mona even notoriously in her family, as she drives into work, prays for the task and what she's going to do that day. We've never forgotten the day that Mona, on the way into work, saw 2 French bulldogs just on the side of the road and determined those French bulldogs were probably somebody's. And so she just picked them up, put them in her car, and then started working to try to figure out, because they had to be a constituent, try to figure out how to be able to take care of a constituent that lost 2 French bulldogs. You know what? She figured it out and got their dogs back to them. So apparently, Mona not only loves people, but she loves dogs as well, because she knows they're attached to people. I would tell you, Mona was also that person always that you don't ever tell her you like something she has. Because if you tell her, if one of the staff members were to say to her, "I really like that jacket that you're wearing," she would just take it off and give it to him. If she brought something for lunch one day and they would say, "That smells delicious," well, guess what? She would actually bring it to them the next day to be able to make sure they had it. Because Mona's mission was always to take care of people, has always been that way. That's why I think Oklahomans have no idea how hard this is going to be for our state, because a person in the middle of our federal delegation has had that heart for 4 decades and has impacted the way that we take care of people. Now, I don't fault Mona for retiring. Her best job is her job of being Momo to her granddaughter, Georgia Marie. She's the biggest cheerleader for her 2 boys, and she loves taking care of Andy. She dedicated early on, according to their agreement, that their house will never, ever, ever, ever run out of ketchup, ever. because Andy loves ketchup, and she, early on in their marriage, said, our house will never, ever run out of ketchup. Mona is also the person that keeps the mom drawer in her desk. She is the one in her office. If you need a Band-Aid, if you need something else, Mona's got it, and she's going to take care of everybody else. Her record keeping is a gift to us because we're going to be able to go through and to see the cases and the things and the people that she's done, but really her heart for service will be the legacy for Mona Taylor. And I know, again, we talk about a lot of policy issues here, but I just didn't want to miss a moment for us to remember that our policy issues are all connected to people. Mona never forgot that, ever. And I've been honored to be able to serve with her this decade and a half. And I'm grateful for the gift of her time to our state and her mentorship to so many different staff across our state. So to Mona, I would just say to this body, we owe a lot to her. And she will be missed. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this has nothing to do with why I'm speaking, but I was sitting there thinking, listening to Senator Langford talk about Miss Mona. Miss Mona, we're going to miss you. And I was thinking, you know, I know it's a sin to covet, but I wish God had given me a voice like Senator Langford. You know, he gave me a voice that scares small children and sets off car alarms. I'd love to have a voice like Senator Langford. I'd also like to have his big brain, too. That was really nice of you, James. And thank you, Mona, for your service. With me today are two of my colleagues. Mr. John Lowry, my executive assistant. You've met John before. But the star of the show today, for me anyway, is Ms. Kaylin Sheehan. Kaylin is also an executive assistant to me. Her job includes scheduling. It's the worst job in America. All scheduling jobs are tough because you have to tell a small percentage of people yes, but a whole lot of people no. And some people don't take no well. Kaylin is leaving me. I say that with joy and sadness. As I've said before, I try to hire the best people I can, and when you do that, as you know, Mr. President, you hire good people, and they're ambitious, and they want to move up, and so it's just a price you pay. Kaylin is very, very smart. She's got an undergraduate degree and an MBA degree. In college, she really was a good student, but she was also a student athlete. She played soccer in college and was very good at it. Kaylin never loses her composure. She's steady. She never panics. And I said, you know, that doesn't sound like a big deal, I suppose, but being a scheduler up here is hard. It's really, really, really hard. Caitlin is going to work for Congressman Riley Moore in West Virginia. She's gotten a fancy title there, Director of Operations. Congratulations, Congressman. You're getting a good one in Caitlin. I hate to lose her, but it's a step up for her, and she'll be not just doing scheduling, but doing other things in the office. So, Caitlin, I wanted to ask you to come down and say thank you. Thank you for your good work. All right, I just want to talk for a few minutes about what I think should be obvious. I mean, I know cost of living is a problem in America today. We all know that, Mr. President. I like to say when moms and dads go to sleep at night and can't, you know, one of the things they're worried about is the cost of living. I get that. What could we do to help? Well, obviously, one thing we could do would be to lower taxes. We've got to be careful how we do that because we don't want to increase the deficit. We don't want to just borrow money to do that. Another thing we could do to help would be to lower interest rates. If we lowered interest rates, people would pay less interest on their credit cards, on their car loans, on their house notes. Well, what could we do, Mr. President, and you know this, to spend less so we could cut taxes and also lower interest rates? One of the things we could do is stop fraud. One of the things we can do is stop the outrageous fraud in our Medicaid program. Now, look, I want to be very clear here. I'm proud of Medicaid. I mean, I'm proud of the fact that in our country, if you're too poor to be sick, we will pay for your doctor. That's not true in every country, as you know, Mr. President. Some countries, they'll just let you die in a ditch. We don't do that in America. We will pay for your medical care. But that's outrageously expensive. It's okay, money well spent, but it's very, very expensive. And one of the ways we pay for people's care, particularly for low-income Americans, but also now even more so for middle-class Americans since Obamacare passed, is through Medicaid. We spend almost $1 trillion on Medicaid every year. And once again, I'm not speaking against the concept of Medicaid. We don't want people to die in America. It's one of the things that separates us from other people. But we spend almost $1 trillion a year, and the federal government, some people don't know this, pays for 67% of all Medicaid spending. Some people refer to Medicaid as a federal state program, and it is. The state puts up some of the money, but the federal government puts up most of the money. We pay for about 67% of all the spending in Medicaid. And Medicaid keeps going up. I mean, I've seen studies that show it's going up anywhere consistently between 6 and 8% every single year. And when you're spending $1 trillion and it goes up 6 to 8%, you're talking about real money. What we also know is that there's an enormous amount of fraud in Medicaid. I mean, we know that. There are a lot of studies out there, and not everyone can agree on how much, but I have seen studies from reputable think tanks that show that Medicaid fraud, stealing in the Medicaid program, runs between $1.1 and $1.2 trillion over a 10-year period. Can you imagine what we could do to lower interest rates or to reduce taxes if we could save $1.2 trillion on our budget? Now, how does this happen? Well, first of all, why don't the states do a better job of controlling the fraud? And I say, why am I blaming the states? Well, because it's a federal state program, and the feds put up 67% of the money, but the states administer that program. And some states do a pretty good job. Some states do a very good job. Some states are terrible at it. I don't know exactly why that is, but every state, I want to make this clear, has fraud. I saw an audit done by our Inspector General in Louisiana a few years ago, and he talked about the incidence of fraud in the Medicaid program in Louisiana, the people who were getting Medicaid who didn't qualify. And I said, can you send me a list of all the people you found in the Medicaid program who didn't qualify, who were making too much money? I don't want names. I just want the amounts of money that they were making and how long they've been on Medicaid. And he sent me the list. And if I stacked it up here, I could stand on it and paint the ceiling. I mean, we had people making $150,000, $200,000, $250,000 a year getting Medicaid. Now, that was the state's fault for not checking. Some people say the states don't have any incentive. That's a cynical view. I'd prefer not to believe that's true. But they see Medicaid as free money since the federal government is picking up most of the tab. I prefer not to think that's true, but it's probably true to some extent. The point is that if our states would do a better job administering the Medicaid program, and stopping the stealing, we could save $1.2 trillion over the next 10 years to help people reach the point where they don't have to sell blood plasma to go to the grocery store. You probably think I'm going to talk about Minnesota, and I'm not. We all know what happened in the Medicaid program in Minnesota. The state of Minnesota basically declared that Medicaid was an open bar. Just come on down, and if you want Medicaid and you want the Medicaid money and you want to steal some, you're welcome to it. I hate to say that, but that's what happened. And I hope every single person who was involved in that stealing up there goes to jail. Every single one. But what I wanted to talk about was, and again, every state has this problem, but some have it worse than others. And one of the ones besides Minnesota that seems to have a problem controlling stealing in the Medicaid program is California. Now, California spends an enormous amount of money on Medicaid. They spend about $220 billion a year. The federal taxpayer puts up $140 billion of that. So the federal taxpayer, the taxpayers who pay money to the federal government put up most of the money. Not all of it, but most of the money. How much does the federal government put up vis-a-vis the state government? Well, in the Obamacare portion of Medicaid, the federal government puts up $9. So for every $1 that the state government puts up for the Medicaid program, the federal government puts up $9. Wow. And some of the public officials in California have started to look at this as free money, just free money. And they don't try to fight the fraud. Now, how do you stop the fraud? One thing a state can do is investigate people who claim they're health care providers. We saw this as a problem in Minnesota. If you claim to be a home health provider, you're supposed to have a minimum level of qualification. If you claim to offer to provide after-school services, you're supposed to have a certain level of qualification. I don't think the state government in California even checks. We've got every fly-by-night artist in America, it seems, going to California to become a health care provider to get some of the money. And a lot of the times when they get that money, the money never makes it to the patient. They steal it. California, for example, has 12% of the population. In the last decade, they have been responsible for 50% of all of the new healthcare providers formed in America. Most of them are social assistants and so-called healthcare establishments. And there's an enormous amount of fraud there. We saw that once again in Minnesota, which has been publicized more, where people say, I'm now a healthcare provider. Give me the money, and so I can help people. And you give this fly-by-night healthcare provider money, and they never help people. So that's one way. The other way that you can control the spending in Medicaid is to be careful about the services you offer. You want to spend the Medicaid money on people who need it. You want to spend the Medicaid money on people who need it because they're sick. That's why we passed Medicaid. But states, once again, administer their own Medicaid programs, and for the most part, they get to decide what services their Medicaid program pays for. Now, supposedly the federal government has to sign off on it, and clearly we've got to do a better job there, and I'll save that topic for another day. But what got my attention about California, despite the fact that they have thousands and thousands of these fly-by-night so-called health care providers who the state government in California happily gives money to, and sometimes some of that money gets to a patient, but most of the time it gets into their pocket. What got my attention was the services that California's state government will pay for in its Medicaid program with money from the federal government, which has been provided by the American people. Here's an example. And this came from an article, this isn't my research, this came from an editorial in the Wall Street Journal, a recent editorial, May 16, 2026. In California, under its state government's definition of Medicaid, the California Medicaid program will pay for tribal prayers, tribal medicines. The California Medicaid program will pay for meal deliveries. In some cases, the California Medicaid program will pay for in-home chefs. Thousands of businesses have popped up in California that literally cater to Medicaid patients. The Medicaid program in California will pay for sports club fees. The Medicaid program in California will pay for a gym membership. The Medicaid program in California will actually pay student loans. They do it under the guise of, well, we want to encourage people to become healthcare providers, and they can't do it if they have onerous financial burdens, so we'll pay for their health care. Now, once again, Medicaid is supposed to be for sick people. When you're spending other people's money, it's real easy to expand beyond that. The Medicaid program in California will pay for scooters. I get that. Sometimes that might be necessary. Bicycles, but it'll also pay for music lessons. The Medicaid program in California will also pay for art lessons. This money didn't just fall from heaven. We all thank heaven for it, but it came out of people's pockets. And that's how we end up having $1.2 trillion over a 10-year period stolen from the Medicaid program. Money that was put up by the American people. It happens in every state. Some are worse than others. Minnesota is an example, but so is California. When you're taking American taxpayer dollars and spending them on an exorcism or a gym membership, something's wrong. And if we want to lower the cost of living in America, if we want to be able to find the money to give people a tax break, if we want to lower interest rates in America, one of the easiest best ways to do it is to try to fight the fraud in our Medicaid program. It's as simple as that. $1.2 trillion over 10 years of fraud. This didn't just happen, Mr. President, as you know. This has been going on for a long, long time. And I want to give credit where credit is due. Dr. Oz, our new CMS director, the Department of Justice are both working to try to stop this fraud. But it has been there since God was a baby. And it's got to stop now. And that's what I wanted to, and this is, it's out in the open, and this is not something I'm accusing anybody of unfairly, okay? These are just the facts. So with that, Mr. President, I thank you for your attention. I thank Kaylin for her great work, and peace out. Mr. President, I want to thank the parliamentary too. She didn't rule me out of order one time. Thank you, Madam Parliamentary.
very long way, especially in a state like Hawaii. With $1 billion, we could cover out-of-pocket costs for insulin for every person in the state who relies on it for almost 20 years. We could help to provide healthy meals to women, infants, and children in need for almost 40 years. We could cover the cost of child care for nearly every child under 3 in Hawaii for an entire year. Or we could cover tuition for every in-state undergraduate student at the University of Hawaii for close to a decade. But instead of doing any of that, this week, Republicans plan to give Donald Trump $1 billion for, of all things, a ballroom. Now, let's be perfectly clear. I have no problem investing in our great capital city or its infrastructure. I was the top Democrat on the Legislative Branch Appropriations Subcommittee when we provided funding to restore this Capitol's dome. We are the greatest nation on earth, and our physical infrastructure should reflect that. So if you want to clean up the parks or turn on the fountains or restore the monuments, count me in. But that's not what this is. This is not a normal beautification project in the district. This is a president who's about to turn 80 and nearing the end of his political career, and all he can think about is building monuments to himself. Other leaders in this position might be thinking about their legacy in policy terms, but not this president. He's single-mindedly focused on building ballrooms and arches and golf courses, while the rest of the country struggles to put food on the table or to even see a doctor. The ballroom started out, in Trump's own words, as, quote, taxpayer-free. I will fund it, he said. I'm not going to ask the government for money. A year later, he's realized that he needs government money, taxpayer money. And because the administration lost a court case on the basis that this project was never authorized by Congress, they're now looking for any statute that they can use to defend themselves in the future. This is a priority for one person and one person only. And I know my colleagues are in a very tough spot because it's their president. They agree with him about a bunch of stuff. And it's really important to him. But I can tell you I have not met a Republican senator who likes this idea. I have met lots of them who are going to vote for it anyway. Why are we spending $1 billion on a ballroom when gas is at $4.53 nationally and $5.64 in Hawaii? What possible justification is there for, on the one hand, ending subsidies that helped 22 million Americans to afford health care, and then turning around and bankrolling a new building just so Donald Trump can throw fancy parties for his rich friends? And that sounds like something that I'm making up. But that's literally what this is. It's a $1 billion ballroom so he can throw fancy parties for his rich friends. People in Hawaii and all across the country are struggling just to get by. Grocery prices are rising at the fastest rate in years because Trump's war in Iran is driving up shipping and fertilizer costs. Electricity bills continue to outpace inflation with no end in sight, leaving 1 in 3 Americans struggling to pay their utility bills. More than 900 hospitals, nursing homes, and other facilities are at risk or have already reduced services or shut down altogether because Republicans gutted health care last year. And because of those very same cuts, 1 in 5 Americans who used to get their health care through the ACA marketplace no longer have coverage. And millions of others are paying thousands more for the same plan. We could be working to solve any of those issues, but we are not. Now, here's the thing. The way this weird place works is that in order to enact most statutes, you need a combination of Democrats and Republicans. You need 60 votes. However, there's this weird thing called reconciliation where basically twice a year, if it's budgetary, if it adds to the deficit or it reduces the deficit, so spending counts, you get to do something without the other party. The majority party basically gets to ignore the minority and pass what it wants. And so when we were in power, we used this unique tool to reduce the cost of prescription medicine. We enacted a corporate minimum tax. We took climate action. We gave people cash benefits so they could survive during COVID. And look, you can argue about what we did or how we did it. That's fine, that's fair. But it certainly reflected the priorities of the day. But given the chance to do the same, you get these two kind of golden tickets where you get to ignore us. You would think that when you're passing major legislation, one of your two big opportunities, that it would address the cost of healthcare or the cost of fuel or the cost of food or the cost of prescription medicine or the cost of gasoline. But they are using this golden ticket, this twice-a-year opportunity to increase funding for ICE at nearly 4 times their normal levels and give the president a ballroom. People are struggling everywhere in red states and blue states, but there's not a dime for you in the bill they're about to pass tomorrow. And it's not by accident. I yield the floor.
The senator from Alaska.
Are we in a quorum call?
No.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, earlier this month, when I was back home in Alaska, I had an opportunity to have a two-part field hearing in my role as the chairman of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. And what the committee was seeking to do was to examine the impacts of Typhoon Halong. This was a major storm that devastated much of western Alaska back in October of 2025. And the committee looked to explore the various federal responses, the mitigation efforts, but also recovery programs that are available for tribal communities. And as I begin comments today, I want to acknowledge the ever-present reality of the environmental threats to our coastal western Alaska villages. This has been a problem, a challenge for us for some period of time. It was 22 years ago. I sat at a different field hearing in Anchorage. It was convened by Senator Ted Stevens at the time. He was, I believe, chairing the Commerce Committee, but we heard testimony about the erosion and the flooding that was affecting coastal Alaska Native villages. And even then, 22, 23 years ago, Senator Stevens and I heard about the challenges that were faced by these typically very small, very rural communities in our state. And even back then, many of these communities were considering relocation. And it was from that initial field hearing that it was identified the many threatened communities, threatened by erosion, threatened by permafrost, a thaw. And so I think it's important to try to understand why we have so many Alaska villages that face this threat. In part, they're in Alaska. We're an Arctic state. We're a state that is seeing the impact of warming more dramatically than any other place in the country. We're also a big state, but it also goes back to the way that many tribal communities were established across the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta. We refer to this as the YK Delta. The native people of that region are largely Cupik and Yupik people. They were historically nomadic people, and they moved with the seasons. They basically followed the subsistence resource, whether it was the game, whether it was the fish. But when the fall came, which is the time when we see stronger storms, storm surges, they would often move onto higher ground to avoid the worst of a storm's effects. But history moves forward, and following the purchase of Alaska from Russia, and in line with the assimilationist policies of the time, the Bureau of Indian Affairs began to build schools, and this caused families to settle then around the schools. But the settlement locations were not chosen following good feasibility studies or a good, robust cost-benefit analysis. They didn't navigate environmental reviews or work through a lengthy permitting process, nor were they developed in conversation and consultation with surrounding Native communities whose traditional knowledge about the land may have helped them avoid some ecological hazards. Then with the passage of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, the Alaska National Interest Land Conservation Act, ANILCA, the National Environmental Protection Act, NEPA, and so many of the other laws regarding land ownership and the environment, what we saw were the Yupik and the Cupik people were largely unable to relocate as they historically might have. And as such, over time, many of these small Alaska Native villages have experienced more and greater natural disasters. And some of them have been extremely devastating. And this is where I'd like to speak about ex-typhoon Halong. It's now 7 months after this typhoon hit western Alaska. But that 7 months has not dulled the terror of that storm, which is still present with so many. The storm crossed over 100,000 square miles. This is an area roughly the size of Colorado, and people in the region, again, primarily along the coast, very exposed, but they experienced winds exceeding 100 miles an hour and flooding, storm surge pushing the flood waters up to 25 miles inland from the coast. So you think you're safe when you're inland, not so much when we have these extraordinary storm surges. There are two villages that were devastated, the native village of Kipnuk and Quigillingok. And the damage there to homes and community facilities was so great that the residents had to be evacuated. They were taken either to Bethel or to Anchorage. But when I say evacuated, they were evacuated by the hundreds in the belly of a C-130 that came in, landed, and a mass evacuation of these small villages. The pictures of hundreds of Native families sitting on the floor of a C-130, flying to safety because their villages had literally been swept away. And I think it's important to keep in mind, Bethel, it's 150 miles from Kipnuk. Anchorage, 500 miles. So they're being evacuated from their village to, in Bethel's case, it's a hub village, but it is still far away. And when I say these villages were damaged, it was 90% of Kipnuk's community infrastructure that was destroyed or rendered entirely unusable. I was able to go into Kipnuk with several of the military leadership within less than a week after the storm hit. It was eerily quiet. Really, the only sounds that one heard was an occasional dog that was barking because when they were evacuated, were allowed to take their animals. It was devastation like something I've not ever seen. Kipnuk is a boardwalk community, which means that it is built on a tundra-type land where the land is very wet, very marshy, very spongy. And so there are no roads. You drive a four-wheeler along a boardwalk, you walk around the boardwalk. The boardwalks had been lifted up and just tangled and tossed, driven into the sides of homes. Homes had been lifted up off of their foundation and floated, not just floated a couple feet, floated miles away. And when you think about what this does, when it rips up boardwalks, when it lifts up homes off of their very foundation, the community's water source, gone. The boardwalks, which are their main roads, torn up, impassable. Again, homes are lifted up, ripped off their pilings, drifting miles away. And Mr. President, this all happened so quickly in the dark of night in October that most people were still in their homes. They had been able to get word to go to school where it may be safer. These people were in their homes. Sewage lagoons were breached and failed, spilled massive amounts of human waste across the local environment, including across many of the key subsistence areas. And then we're interred, the caskets began being free in the waters. And it's hard to describe, even though I was able to see as we flew into Kipnuk, you could see across the wide vacant tundra a random house, cattywampus over there. I could see small white oblongs in the couldn't recognize, and it was only after I landed out and we're now littered across the tundra. So 7 months beyond that event, people are still talking about the devastation to their community. And for those who were evacuated to Anchorage, adapting to life in our state's largest city has also posed its own challenges. And as I have said, the people who were evacuated are now safe from a storm, but they're facing other threats that are equally challenging. Right after the event, I was there again. It was about a week afterwards, and I went to visit the 2 congregate sheltering sites there in Anchorage to visit the evacuees. And I went up to one little girl. She was probably about 6 years old or so, and she was coloring. And I went over to say hello. She was super sweet. And I said, what picture have you drawn? And she showed me, and it was her house. And she says, this is me and my family in my house. And then she kind of hugs my leg, and she says, are you afraid of the dark? And I said, no, I'm not afraid of the dark. Are you afraid of the dark? And she said, I didn't used to be, but now I am. And I think about that little girl, and that storm is long gone. But the trauma that she shared, because I later learned that hers was one of the families that was drifting for hours in the dark, where their house is spinning around in the current until it slams into something that ultimately stops it. So that trauma for that 6-year-old, I don't know how that goes away. Anchorage is nearly 500 miles away and over 240 times bigger than Kipnuk and Quigillingok. Kipnuk, maybe 800 people on a good day. That's probably being generous with the numbers. But Anchorage is an urban place. It's English dominated, it's close to mountainous terrain. Everything is different from what these people know in their village. It's impractical to live a subsistence lifestyle in Anchorage. Just a very quick case in point. Spring is the time of year when Native people who live out in these tundra villages, they'll go out and they'll gather eggs, seagull eggs, goose eggs, but it's part of the spring harvest that just brings great delight to them and to their families. And when I was visiting with some at this hearing that we had a few weeks back, I said, what's the hardest thing about being here in Anchorage? And they said, we can't get our subsistence food. Right now we should be gathering eggs. And I turned to my team and I said, there ought to be a way that even in a big city, you should be able to have a subsistence harvest. Long story short, I was able to deliver 280 seagull eggs that had been collected off the top of tall buildings, not the way that it is harvested, but they were given then to the elders of these villages who had been evacuated with the permission of our federal resource agencies. But it was just one small thing that makes me think we can try to put you in a safe place, but when everything else around you is foreign, it still becomes hard. The language barrier is a challenge. Accessing most social services in Anchorage requires at least passing knowledge of English, and so many of our conversations are field hearing. We had interpreters who We're translating to those who primarily speak Yukdun. So challenges in terms of the gaps that we have. Students have been transferred to local schools in the Anchorage area and in the Bethel schools. They're doing the best that they can to adapt to urban life. But culture shock is very real, and we're seeing how it has taken a toll. We have heard that maybe at least one that we have confirmed, but possibly 2 young people have taken their own lives since relocating Anchorage. Others, we've heard, have fallen victim to substance abuse. Others are becoming homeless and ending up on our streets. And I know there are strong social service organizations like YKHC, South Central Foundation, Rural CAP, ANTHC, the Anchorage School District, so many are doing their best to provide support to Halong survivors. But the truth is that the systems that we have in place to support communities after disasters like ex-Typhoon Halong were just simply not built to help relocate communities. They were not built to support evacuated people for long periods of time, and nor were they provided with the flexibility to support people for whom English is a second language. So lots of different things that we looked at and said, these are system failures here. So what do we do? Because these are Alaskans who need help. And from the time of the storm on, it's been my goal to ensure that they have the help that they need. Our field hearing was yet one more way to ensure people that they're heard, that their issues receive the federal attention that they demand. So the first part of our hearing was in Anchorage. We heard from elected tribal leaders and representatives from the native villages of Kipnuk and Quig-Illingok. Sometimes we just call it Kip and Quig because obviously it's easier to say Kip and Quig. But I'll tell you, so much of what we heard on that first day was really heartbreaking. Lucy Martin, who is Quig's Tribal Resilience and Planning Assistant, she described what it meant, what it felt like to be floating along the river in her home after it was detached from its foundation. Again, you're floating in a current, it's dark, there's nothing to see outside except dark. But what she did see were floating caskets of dead relatives going by her window. She said it was like living through a horror movie. And in his recounting of the evening that the storm hit, Kipnuk Chief Paul J. Paul just choked up. He had such a hard time describing how being in the house with his family in the dark, trying to be the strong adult when his young granddaughter, a 6-year-old granddaughter, said, "Grandpa," or "Appa, can we sing Silent Night?" Because she wanted to bring some quiet to the horror that they were living in as their home floated away. When I came before this chamber last year after the storm, directly after it, I noted how resilient the people of Alaska are, how community members, the National Guard, the Coast Guard, everyone worked tirelessly in preparation, rescue, and recovery efforts. And I will tell you, Mr. President, no doubt about it, these communities are resilient, and we saw that on display in our field hearings as leaders recounted their personal traumatic experience, but at the same time advocating for their communities and urging what the path forward should look like for their communities, but for also for others that may be threatened. But here we are 7 months after the storm, and it's clear that evacuees are just kind of in this limbo place. They have clearly expressed their preference to relocate, but they continue to grapple with a federal response system that can only facilitate their assimilation to a community that they're uncomfortable with, Anchorage or Bethel. It's just not home, it's different. But also a federal government that says, we'll help you, but you have to return to the site of the tragedy. So FEMA says, we're there for you, but you relocate where you are. You rebuild where you are. And in this case, it's a site that is now unstable, likely highly contaminated. Lucy Martin, again, she described the ground there as like walking on a Jell-O pad. She also said it felt like walking on a waterbed. So how do you reestablish a home in an area like that? These should not be the evacuees' only options. But we know firsthand in Alaska how challenging it can be to actually help communities relocate. It was of the Western Alaska community of Newtok. They wanted to relocate because, again, low-lying, marshy, very much on the coast, threatened by just the land around them. And so they had voted to relocate to a new site 9 miles upriver, a new site called McTarvik. And we introduced the land conveyance bill, the land exchange bill. It was signed into law by President Bush back in 2003. I wish that I could take credit for all the origins of this, but quite honestly, they go back to the 70s and the 80s when Newtok community members first became alarmed by the nearby riverine erosion. But it took until 2019 for the first Newtok residents to actually be able to relocate to McTarvik. And to this day, the residents now relocated, they're dealing with substandard housing that perhaps went up too quick. I'm not going to assign blame for it, but the housing is still a challenge. Community facilities that are still not what we would like them to be in painstakingly, and that's probably the best way to describe this process. Relocation also requires local communities to work together and to engage with federal, state, and regional partners for success. And my view on this whole issue of relocation, as hard as it is that we've got to figure out how we can be responsive to community needs, especially if these communities, like Kip and Quig, have experienced a disaster so destructive that the environment around them has fundamentally changed to the point of being unlivable. So if relocation is a community's top priority, how do we respect that? How do we ensure that there is a path available for it? We also need to do a better job supporting all communities that are affected by natural disasters. So the second day of our hearing kind of underscored that. In Bethel, we heard more about ex-Typhoon Halong and about the effects of Typhoon Merbok. This was a 2022 storm that, again, had pretty much ripped through that entire region, through the Bering Strait, all the way down to the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta. And in between 2022 and 2025, they had a massive flooding event just this last year. So again, consecutive disasters that are coming through these regions. And what we heard on the second day of that field hearing was a lack of rural emergency response infrastructure. There are barriers to accessing FEMA and state assistance, and the fact that there's no coordinating entity at the federal level for disaster response and relocation efforts. We have in the state of Alaska a regional commission, the Denali Commission. It's well positioned in Alaska, but truth of the matter is it lacks the funding to address every need associated with relocation. And utilizing the Denali Commission alone would not solve similar issues that are faced by lower 48 communities. After the field hearing on that same day, it was a long day, but it was an important day. We hosted a listening session for tribal leaders and their designees, and what I heard was even in the communities that were not hit by ex-Typhoon Halong, or were just hit mildly, the effects of recent disasters and ongoing ecological changes are just dramatic in the region and are stretching into these out years, maybe decades into the future. We heard, for example, the native village of Chifornik's tribal president, Janet Eric. She shared that the community is combating a combination of riverine erosion, permafrost degradation, and overcrowding. And so Chifornik is not just sitting and waiting. They are pursuing a managed retreat strategy. They're building new homes on higher ground. They're putting them on pilings. They're putting them away from the adjacent river, while they're also working to remediate and remove buildings that are just literally close to falling into the waters there. In contrast, Kipnuk and Gillingock residents did not evacuate from Chifornik in the wake of Halong. Only about 10 homes sustained damage, and the community actually took in several evacuated families. So I think it shows that when you look at this through the lens of how can we be proactive to put ourselves in a safer situation, like they were doing in the process of doing in Chifornik, it can make a difference. But even there in Chifornik, the sewage lagoon, the landfill were washed out, contaminating land where community members pick their berries, gather their greens, and hunt, as well as the waterways where they fish. And the land has changed, the waters have changed, an entirely new waterway has formed near the land along the road to the airstrip. And their boardwalks are sinking, again, due to the melting permafrost. So these are realities on the ground. For Alaskans living in coastal and riverside communities, it's not a question of if the next typhoon will hit, but really a matter of when. And Mr. President, I know we all have disasters that impact our states and communities. You come from a state where you see tornadoes coming through that bring about massive destruction. And I think we have to appreciate what happens in our respective states and the challenges then that we all have in responding. Alaska's challenges perhaps are a little bit accentuated because our geography is so massive and our communities are so isolated. When I describe an evacuation, it's not just getting in your car and being able to move to safety. You have to wait for a C-130 to be able to land and do a massive evacuation of your village in the situation of Kip and Quig and some of the others. And we also know that what happens, these communities were in the news, certainly in Alaska when all this was going on. Small community, big impact, but we have this tendency to just move from what we're seeing unfolding on our screens to the next disaster that has hit somewhere else. And the people who are living with that trauma and looking at the disaster still in their area, they can't look away. And I can't look away. You know, when Arctic typhoons, just think about Arctic in the same space as typhoon. There were no typhoons when I was growing up in Alaska, regardless of where I was living. But we are seeing these phenomena impact us, growing more frequent. 50-year floodplain estimates are now being reached in closer to 2 or 3 years. And so it's just hard to move away from the growing reality. We've got a emergency response manager. He's an extraordinary professional, Brian Fisher. He's been with the state of Alaska, a 30-year career in emergency services, and he testified to us at that hearing that out of 198 disasters that he had led the state response to, Typhoon Halong, he said, has been by far the most catastrophic. We know increased community threats from natural disasters, again, are not just a problem in Western Alaska or in Alaska in general. We've heard the stories from colleagues from North Carolina, from Tennessee, from Georgia, who were here to talk about the devastation following Hurricane Helene and the challenges that those communities have faced with federal disaster relief and recovery. There were also stories of tribal communities in Southwest Washington State and Louisiana that face worsening extreme weather events and sea level rise. So after our field hearing, it's it's even more clear to me that the systems in place to protect our communities don't work as we need them to. Going back to my example of Newtalk moving to McTarvik, people want to view that relocation and say, success. We've relocated a village. And I suppose it is if you want to consider the simple idea that the community wanted to move, voted to move, and they have since moved. But a closer look reveals many difficult, expensive lessons learned along the way. That relocation was a generation plus in the making. Its great success is now arguably measured in the lives not lost during ex-Typhoon Halon. And I think about that, and I think we've got to have a higher bar than that. Success cannot be measured only in terms of life or death. It also must include the dignity afforded to communities that our constituents call home. So where does this put us? What do we do going forward? We all need to pay attention, show up for the people that we serve and for each other. And in the coming months, my team and I will continue working with Alaska communities, the state, and other federal agencies to chart a path forward. And our goal is to establish a more nimble system for the communities facing environmental threats, one that works with them and for them. So a couple suggestions here. First, I think you need a lead agency. Back in 2004, witnesses from the state of Alaska expressed that this is just too much for the state to take on alone. That was true back in 2004, that's still true, and with the communities threatened across the country, there is a federal nexus. And we'll do better if we can pool experience and lessons learned and work from a centralized vantage point. Next, we need to take another look at the way that we have siloed community resilience away from disaster response. We need to ensure that all parties are communicating, they're pulling together on infrastructure hardening, pre-disaster planning and mitigation, disaster response, recovery, and relocation efforts. And we also need to ensure that these systems are easier to navigate. I hear this all the time. These systems have to be easier to navigate for the communities that they're strapped for resources. So narrow grants that have to be pieced together, oftentimes over the course of years, are not the most cost-effective way to address the problem, especially for tribal communities that are already struggling with low capacity. Right now, tribal leaders like Janet and her fellow council members in Chifornak, they're being asked to choose between building new homes for families that have moved in with relatives since their old homes were literally leaning into the river, or decommissioning and decontaminating old buildings that are also about to fall into the river. I do want to acknowledge, and we're very grateful for the $16.7 million that the BIA just awarded to Chifornak through the Tribal Community Resilience Program. But this is just a start, because those are impossible choices that are facing too many of our communities. It's not just Chifornak. In the meantime, I promise not to look away and to keep bringing folks up to Alaska to see, to understand, to hear. As conversations continue about the best way to structure our disaster response system, I want to work with colleagues, both sides of the aisle, wherever you are, to address not only the unique needs in my home state, but of all our states, and make sure that they're adequately addressed. Our disasters and the response to them may look different, I get that, but our people all deserve the same access to safety and disaster response, and I don't think, we can't lose sight of that. I also want to acknowledge Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, Billy Kirkland. Assistant Secretary Kirkland and his staff showed up for the people of my state. He sat with me for hours as we heard from the people of Kipnuk and Quigillingok when we had our field hearing in Anchorage, and then he traveled with me to Bethel as we heard from tribal leaders across the YK Delta on these very important issues. And as we listened, I was struck by some words from from Charlotte Nyagak. She's from the Chivak Native Village, and she's worked on disaster recovery and prevention in the region for years. And she said, she went out to the mic and she had like minutes, but she started off saying, finally, someone from there, not just from Alaska, finally somebody is listening to us. We need this help. Finally somebody is listening to us. So imagine spending decades watching, as Charlotte described, the erosion of your land getting worse and worse each year, happening faster and faster, and just feeling like nobody from outside your community, nobody from outside your state is listening. We should all be listening, Mr. President. We should all be working together to provide a better future, even for the darkest disasters, for the people that we serve, no matter where they live. So, Mr. President, I look forward to working with all of my colleagues to do just that. And I thank you. I also want to acknowledge, before I close, I have a member of my Indian Affairs team that has been with me now for a couple of years. She started off at a very junior level and has worked her way up to a level of trust and responsibility within the committee. She's going off to pursue dreams of higher education in significant institutions, but she has been a true asset to the committee and to me, and so I want to acknowledge the good work of Sarah on my team, and with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we are looking at Memorial Day weekend, and certainly on Monday, taking that time to pause and reflect on the brave men and women from Tennessee and indeed across the entire country who've made the ultimate sacrifice in defending our freedoms right here. Tennessee is really so blessed to have a very strong military community. In our state, we have more than 400,000 veterans that call Tennessee home. They indeed enrich our communities with their records of service and sacrifice. We also have several major military installations in our state. There is Fort Campbell, which primarily sits in the state of Tennessee. There is Arnold Engineering Development Center, an Air Force base, which is in Tullahoma. In Millington, we have the Naval Air Station. And we also have our Army and Air National Guard facilities across our state. To each and every one of these individuals that call Tennessee home, that raise their hand, take that oath, and serve, we say thank you. And it is an honor to represent so many service members and veterans in our state. Now, these veterans and service members do represent the best of what this nation has to offer. They're leaders, public servants, warriors who put their lives on the line every day. And the loss of any single one of them is deeply felt in their home communities and across our state. Now, last June, we lost Chief Warrant Officer 3, Dustin Wright. He was a pilot assigned to the 101st Airborne Combat Aviation Brigade, and he was lost during a helicopter training accident at Fort Campbell. His brigade commander said that he, and I'm quoting, cherished every opportunity to be outside and support ground troops with strength and honor. He was a member of the Mosaic Church in Clarksville, Tennessee, where he served on the security team. His awards included the Meritorious Service Medal, the Air Medal with C device, the Army Commendation Medal with 3 oak leaf clusters, and the Army Achievement Medal with 3 oak leaf clusters. Now, he had many other awards also, and we must never forget his legacy and the legacy of each of these that have served across our state and have lost their lives in service to our nation. We can never repay that sacrifice, but we must always honor their service. And for our nation's veterans, we must ensure that they receive the benefits and the timely access that they have earned so that they're getting the quality care that they deserve. On the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee, we're working on several pieces of legislation to ensure that veterans' needs are going to be met in that timely manner. My Veterans Health Care Freedom Act would place veterans at the center of the community care referral process and empower them to seek care from providers right in their home communities. They wouldn't have to rely solely on these VA facilities. They could go there at home when it was convenient for them. And this is important to us in Tennessee because 78 of our 95 counties are considered rural, and many vets face challenges when they are trying to access care through the VA facilities. As warfare becomes increasingly complex, the veteran population will require more sophisticated care than previous generations, and community care will be essential in meeting these needs. Now, also earlier this year, I introduced the Veterans Bill of Rights Act. This would ensure veterans are clearly informed of their existing rights, which are regarding their VA health care benefits and services. Too often, complex statutes, regulations, and internal policies can leave veterans unsure about the resources that are available to them, which they have earned through their services. This legislation would address it by requiring the Department of Veterans Affairs to clearly inform our veterans of their existing benefits and services and health care, and to make certain they know their rights. In March, I also introduced the bipartisan Women Veteran Specialty Care Access Act to improve access to specialty care, including gynecology, obstetrics, maternity, postpartum care for our female veterans. What we do know is that female veterans are one of the fastest growing populations that are served by the VA, and we need to do everything in our power to ensure they receive the care they've earned in a timely manner. To expand access to evidence-based mental health care for our veterans, my Recover Act would strengthen partnerships between the VA and community-based mental health care providers. To cut red tape and improve care for our veterans and service members, I'm working on legislation that would require the Department of War and VA to establish a uniform credentialing service for medical providers. Right now, clinicians who transfer between Department of War and VA facilities can face months-long approval delays before they're able to treat patients again. This makes absolutely no sense at all. Why would we delay the clinicians from being able to move from a hospital in the DOW system to a VA facility? So our legislation would help create a streamlined process so that providers can get where they're needed at the fastest possible moment and deliver the care for our vets and our service members. I hope this Memorial Day provides an opportunity for each and every American to reflect on the service of our fallen heroes and to commit ourselves to ensuring that our service members and our veterans receive the care, honor, and respect that they have earned. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Over the last week,
Senator from Nevada,
Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be.
without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, I am here on the floor of the Senate today because I want to talk about what is happening this week with the reconciliation package and that Republicans are attempting to move this week. For many that might be watching, or maybe it's just my family that's watching, who knows, but many that are out there, let me just say, what is happening right now are Republican leaders in Congress, in essence, are trying to give billions of dollars more in funding to an out-of-control federal immigration enforcement agencies that are brutalizing our communities. And I want to be clear about something. We all agree that we need strong border security and that criminals need to face justice. I'm going to say it again. We need strong border securities. Criminals must face justice. And President Trump said his administration would be going after the worst of the worst. But what really is happening is that masked and unidentifiable agents roaming around, arresting and even killing American citizens, racially profiling people, including Latinos, and deporting dreamers. And I am here to tell my colleagues that if you're not paying attention to the American public and you're listening to them, because if you are, you're hearing that they're saying enough. They want safe communities, but not lawlessness and fear-mongering. And that's why my Democratic colleagues and I have been clear since February. You will not get our votes on new funding for immigration and customs enforcement and border patrol unless it includes common sense guardrails to rein in these agencies' abuses. Over the last several months, unfortunately, President Trump and Republican leadership have showed us time and time again that they are simply not interested in doing the right thing here, or even the popular thing. Now, I want people to keep in mind that Republicans have already given these two agencies $150 billion in their so-called big, beautiful bill. They did that with another reconciliation package. They have plenty of money. ICE and CBP have plenty of money to operate for years to come because their annual budget is only around $8 billion, $8 to $10 billion. They have $150 billion. But now what is happening this week is that at the request of Donald Trump, Republicans now want to add another $70 billion to these agencies on top of the $150 billion they have. That multi-billion-dollar check isn't for lowering the price of groceries for Americans. It's not lowering the cost of energy for Americans or health care or even helping them put more gas in their tanks at a lower cost. That's not what this is. It's not bringing back the manufacturing jobs this administration has lost us. And it definitely is not making our communities any safer. We know that because we're seeing what federal immigration enforcement has been doing with the $150 billion they already got in their mass deportation efforts. Let me tell you, they're not staying up going after the worst in the worst. They're not doing that. I've seen that in Nevada, and we have seen that across the country. In March of this year, I stood right here and I told 10 stories of dreamers who have been detained or deported by federal immigration enforcement. Dreamers and DACA recipients, they are our neighbors, they are friends, they're community leaders, they're teachers, they're doctors, they're small business owners in my state and other states, and they are not criminals. In fact, they've had to follow the law to the letter in order to maintain their DACA status. And yet I have heard story after story of DACA recipients being detained or deported by ICE and Border Patrol. And I want to tell you some of those stories about how federal immigration enforcement under Donald Trump is choosing to spend the taxpayers' dollar. I heard directly from Maria, who had active DACA status, but was detained by federal immigration enforcement anyway. She said it was one of the most traumatic experiences of her life, and I believe it. Now, because of this administration's delays in DACA renewals, Maria is afraid her renewal won't come in time for her to heal and rebuild her life. I also heard from Stephanie, a U.S. citizen who spoke to me on behalf of her husband, Juan, who's a DACA recipient. Juan did everything he was supposed to do. He got an education, he started a family, and always followed the law. Just days after Stephanie gave birth to their youngest daughter, Juan was on his way to the NICU unit to deliver milk for his new baby and for his wife when he was approached by ICE agents. And even though he had active DACA status and work authorization, the ICE agents told him it didn't matter, and they arrested and detained him. Juan applied for the DACA renewal 5 months before that deadline, and it still wasn't enough. His DACA status expired while he was sitting in detention. Now, Stephanie told me, and I quote, "Trump said DACA recipients would be safe." That's not true. Thankfully, just a few days ago, after 3 months in detention, Juan was finally released back to his family and his newborn daughter. I also heard from Brenda, whose husband, Haziel, is another DACA recipient detained for no reason whatsoever. He had just dropped his kids off at school when ICE detained him, even though he had done nothing wrong. Are the kinds of people that President Trump and Republican leadership want to spend billions of dollars of going after. These, to them, somehow are the worst of the worst when they have not committed a crime. And they followed the rules that we have set. They followed the rules that Congress has passed, President signed, and they're following those rules. How does that make sense? Even the men and women who serve in our armed forces, those who have sacrificed so much for our country, are having their lives torn apart by federal immigration enforcement. I recently saw the story of Sergeant First Class Jose Serrano, whose wife Daisy was arrested by ICE during a routine immigration appointment. She showed up for her appointment like she was required to do. Daisy has lived in this country over 10 years, and she was granted legal protection in 2019. But on April 14th, despite being the wife of a soldier, she was arrested during a routine appointment with Immigration Services. Over a month later, Daisy was finally released from custody, thanks in part to public pressure, as well as advocacy from my colleague, Senator Duckworth. I also saw the story of Staff Sergeant Matthew Blank and his wife, Annie Ramos. Annie is a dreamer who has called the United States home since she was 2 years old. They were newlyweds. They were checking in on a base to get Annie and her military ID and activate her military spouse benefits. Instead, Annie was detained and threatened with deportation. Again, after advocacy from my Senate colleagues, she's been released. But ICE is still trying to deport her. Now think about this. You know about this because these stories have been public. that there are many others. There are many others who are not public. There are many others who have done nothing wrong that are sitting in detention right now, and the public has no idea. And it is time that as Americans we understand this and we stand up to an administration who thinks it's okay to deport people who've done nothing but lived in this country, tried to abide by the laws, tried to pay taxes, have a good job. I do not think it's controversial to say this is not what immigration enforcement should be spending their time on, and this is not what we should be funding. That is why my Democratic colleagues and I have been blocking funding for ICE. It's because of the abuses of power that we are seeing, and it has to stop. We are asking for reforms that are easy to implement, and we have said, listen, if you want more funding, if you think that you need more funding, which is just so abusive as it is, then you have to comply with common sense requirements that local law enforcement in my state and across the country comply with, that our state law enforcement in my country, in my state and across the country comply with. And this is what Democrats were asking of this administration, our Republican leadership. Common sense. Reform ICE. And here are some of the reforms. Immigration enforcement can't detain and deport U.S. citizens, especially not based on the way they look. Federal agents can't go into someone's home without a judicial warrant. Federal agents can't wear masks, and they must clearly show their badge numbers, and they must wear body cameras. By the way, Nevada law enforcement have been wearing body cameras, I want to say, since 2016, 2017. Federal agents must also undergo de-escalation training, just like state and local law enforcement who patrol our communities do every single day. Nevadans in my state are asking for this. Americans across the country, in all states, are asking for this. Local, state, and state law enforcement already abide by these guidelines, and they're the ones who are keeping our neighborhoods safe every day. Federal law enforcement should be held to the same standards. It is not controversial. This is an issue my Republican colleagues could have solved months ago. We shouldn't even be here today. It's been 4 months of Democrats asking for common sense, popular reforms to rein in the president's clearly out of control federal immigration enforcement. And all the while, Senate Republican leadership has done nothing to help families. This administration has done nothing to address Americans' prices that are skyrocketing. And it is time that we actually listen to the people, listen to Americans, and solve their problems, not create the problems that we think need to be solved. I would say to my colleagues and to this administration, American people, they deserve better. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Nevada.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'm compelled to start my remarks today by highlighting absolutely horrible things that were posted by someone who wants to serve as a member of Congress who is allegedly a member of the Democratic Party. Running for a House seat in Texas, she said she wanted to, and I'm going to quote, turn an ICE detention center into a prison for American Zionists. End quote. Yes, you heard that right. And while this is anti-Semitism that everyone on both sides have rightfully called out, it's not the first time that she's shown herself to be an anti-Semite. Earlier this month, it was reported that she posted a video where she talked about the, I'm going to quote again here, Jews who own Hollywood as members, and I'm going to quote again, the synagogue of Satan, end quote. I called it out right away, but perhaps this was not as overt as calling for putting Jews in internment camps. It did not get the same overwhelming condemnation as her more recent comments. Similarly, there was a Republican member of Congress in Kentucky who lost his primary election just last night and made a joke in his concession speech that his opponent was, and I'll quote again, in Tel Aviv, end quote, simply because he is a strong supporter of Israel. It similarly did not get an avalanche of condemnation. Mr. President, there lies the problem. It usually starts with a joke, a slur, a comparison. It starts with what might be called casual acts of anti-Semitism that can be just easy to brush off. If left unchecked, this rhetoric can manifest into overt acts like vandalism of Jewish institutions and houses of worship, threatful abuse meant to intimidate Jewish communities, and so on and so on and so on. If those acts are left unchecked, the next and final step is physical violence, beating up Jewish college students, arson and destruction of Jewish institutions, and horrifically the murder of Jewish individuals. These are patterns that are starting to emerge once again. Over the last decade, anti-Semitism has been on the rise. Year after year, we're seeing record numbers of anti-Semitic incidences, especially after the October 7th terrorist attack in Israel. According to an ADL report released just a few weeks ago, 2025 was the third highest year for anti-Semitic incidents since the ADL began collecting data, and physical assaults against Jews were higher in 2025 than ever before. So just think about that. Physical assaults against Jews were at the highest since ADL began tracking this data nearly 50 years ago. You know, we're fortunate. We live in a country that values and protects our freedom to express our beliefs with our words, through our acts of peaceful protest, and at the ballot box. But it does not protect or condone acts of violence or incitement of violence. Surely we can all recognize that political and ideological disagreements and differences never, ever justify hatred or violence. And we all must agree that the intimidation, discrimination, violence, and even murder of Jews is just plain wrong and unacceptable. As one of only a few Jewish women to ever serve in the United States Senate, and as the first and only former synagogue president in the Senate, for me, this distinction is deeply personal. Work is not abstract. As a Jewish American, I, too, have faced instances of hate where I was targeted simply because I was Jewish. When I was just a little girl, about 2 years old, my family took a trip to Florida. My mom had me in the hotel pool, and out of nowhere, a lifeguard told my mom to get me out of the pool because I was dirty. My mom was confused. She was kind of taken aback, and she looked at the lifeguard. She said, I just gave her a bath. She's clean. She was clearly confused by what the lifeguard had told her. And then the lifeguard told my mom what he really meant. I was dirty because I was Jewish. Get that dirty little Jewish girl out of the pool. My mom didn't say another word. She scooped me up. She packed up our stuff. We left. I know she never brought me back to this pool. In fact, my parents switched to another hotel. I know this story so well because my mother told it over and over and over again as a life-changing moment for her. As I heard my parents recall the pain throughout my entire life, it stayed with them. The hurt, the humiliation, the shame. And as I got older, and now my parents are gone, that story stays with me too. And if you think becoming a United States Senator puts a stop to those attacks, well, I'm going to tell you that you are sadly mistaken. A few years ago, a man called my office, said some very vile things. He threatened my life, and among other things, he promised to, and I guess I'll quote here, sadly, finish what Hitler started, end quote. Thanks to the swift work of law enforcement, I am grateful for law enforcement. This man is now behind bars. But if he thought that he would intimidate me and force me to be quiet, the effect was quite the opposite, because here I am. Here I am. And he fueled my passion to continue working across party lines in the United States Senate to raise awareness and fight back against anti-Jewish bigotry. It's why I've been working for the better part of a year with my friend James Langford on our bipartisan Jewish American Security Act, which we introduced yesterday to take sweeping action to combat anti-Semitism at the federal level. This comprehensive bill will help keep Jewish students safe, help secure community institutions, and help fight anti-Semitism online. It will protect Jewish students by establishing a new position, an anti-Semitism coordinator at the Department of Education, to lead efforts to combat anti-Semitism. It will create a comprehensive Title VI infrastructure on college campuses, and it will make sure that campus hate crime, that hate crime data, it actually shows all of us who is being attacked and who is being threatened. This bill will protect Jewish communal institutions, houses of worship, community centers, by making a historic investment of $1 billion towards a nonprofit security grant program that will keep our houses of worship safe. This bill will also make a series of long overdue reforms to this program to make sure that it actually works for at-risk institutions. And this bill will combat rising anti-Semitism online by requiring transparency from social media companies, well, about how they really treat anti-Semitic content, including instances of such content, how much anti-Semitic content was promoted or recommended by their platform, and whether such content was leaked to an inauthentic account, and consider it an FTC violation if they fail to provide us with this information. I know the road ahead for the legislation will be long, but I'm hopeful that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will provide their support, because at the end of the day, we can all agree that Jewish Americans deserve to be treated and to be safe, treated with respect, meant to be safe, well, the same as every other American. But at its core, this is more than just about policy. It's about people. It's about dignity. It's about ensuring that no child, no family, no little girl like I was at a public swimming pool had to experience what I did and my family did, or even worse. You know, I often think back to that little girl in the pool. She's still there. That little child's in all of us. And I think about the world that I want for her. A world where she is not told that she's less than for being Jewish. A world where she's not excluded from activities because of her faith. And a world where she is safe, respected, and proud of who she is. I have a daughter. That's the world I'm creating and hoping for her, and for all the other children in this world as well. This bill will go a long way in helping to make a difference and making that world a reality. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I want to commend my friend, the senator from Nevada, and for her powerful comments and the fact that she knows that I and many other senators will stand totally united with her in fighting back against any rise of anti-Semitism, further rise, because we've seen amazing, outrageous things happen over the last couple of years. So thank you for your story. Mr. President, I rise today to ask unanimous consent to complete a unanimous consent request. Mr. President, tomorrow it will be 1 year since we lost Congressman Jerry Connelly. I first met Jerry Connelly when he was a rising supervisor on the Fairfax County Board in the late 80s. Jerry took great pains to never forget his Irishness. He had a famous St. Patrick's Day party. He was a fighter. He was kind and funny, but boy, you did not want to get on the wrong side of Jerry Connelly, because sometimes that fighting spirit would show itself in his relentless efforts. Getting in an argument with Jerry was not something anybody ever looked forward to. So it was with great loss that we lost him. Literally, tomorrow will be a year. But beyond the personal loss to his family and to folks like me and my friend from Virginia as well, Tim Kaine, who both considered him a longtime friend, and frankly, to communities in Northern Virginia and beyond, federal employees lost a leader who never, ever stopped fighting for them. Never stopped fighting for their rights, never stopped fighting for their due process, and never stopped making the case to Americans the value federal workers bring to our everyday lives. And in his final days, Jerry continued to center federal employees in his work. 2 days before he died, he introduced H.R. 3590, which will direct the Government Accountability Office to report on esophageal cancer in federal employees to early screening and early treatment. For some folks, they have a precancerous condition that, if treated early, can help prevent esophageal cancer completely. This bill, pretty simple, would ask GAO to study if federal employees who are at high risk are getting screened as early as possible, to help them make sure they get the care they need as early as possible. The bill was passed unanimously, 42-0, in the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, and then passed by a voice vote on the floor. In a moment, Mr. President, I'm going to ask unanimous consent that we pass this bill here on the Senate floor. But before I make that request, I want to defer and yield my time to the senator, my fellow senator from Virginia, Senator Kaine.
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I'm so pleased to be with my colleague, Senator Warner, to talk about Jerry Connelly prior to him offering a unanimous consent motion on this bill. If you met Jerry once, you would remember a very, very fun and colorful guy. He studied for the priesthood to be a Maryknoll priest, and then left the priesthood to marry his wife, Smitty, who had studied to be a nun and then left her order. His first job after he left the seminary was a staffer on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And then he went on to this wonderful career, as Mark described, on the Fairfax Board of Supervisors, before eventually becoming chairman of that board and then coming to Congress. Jerry personified a pride in Irish Catholicism. And as Mark said, his St. Patrick's Day parties were absolutely legend in Virginia, and he was a tireless advocate for so many. The point that Mark made about esophageal cancer and its effect and its growing effect in this country is important to underline. This was the condition that claimed Jerry's life, but how powerful that even 2 days before he died, he was trying to advance our understanding of this. Esophageal cancer is the fastest growing cancer among men in the United States. We're not exactly sure why, but we can get more data and do more analysis of this, and then provide options for care should this resolution pass. And that's why I'm so glad to stand with my friend Senator Warner to honor a great public servant, a great American, Jerry Connelly. With that, I yield.
The senator from Virginia.
As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 3490 and Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 3490, an act to require the Government Accountability Office to produce a report on esophageal cancer and for other purposes.
With that objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Floor.
Love the
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
I rise today to share the story of a young man who didn't have the opportunity to share his own story. His name was Trey Carlock. For years, he struggled in silence with the trauma and the wounds inflicted by someone he once trusted at a summer camp he attended for many years. So let me share Trey's story. Trey was a young man who loved the Lord. He loved his family. He loved his friends. And he proudly resided in my home state of Texas. As a young boy, Trey attended summer camp in Branson, Missouri, where he and dozens of other campers were sexually assaulted by the camp director. As an adult, Trey sought accountability. He filed a lawsuit against the camp he attended in an effort to hold the camp responsible and to seek justice, not only for himself, but for others. But instead of justice, Trey was offered a settlement. And that settlement came with a non-disclosure agreement, which mandated Trey's silence. After years of fighting to recover from abuse, Trey's settlement reminded him that his voice could be bought, that his story could be buried, that the price of compensation was silence. Trey once told his therapist, quote, "They will always control me, and I'll never be free." Not long after, Trey died by suicide. He was only 28 years old. No child who has endured sexual abuse should be forced to carry that horror in silence. No child should be forced to walk alone in that pain. And no child should be forced to accept agreements that protect the abuser. In Trey's case, and tragically many others, non-disclosure agreements are used to shield the abuser. Children are the most vulnerable and most precious members of our society. As legislators, as parents, as human beings, we have a moral obligation to stand between children and those who would harm them. That's why I've introduced Trey's Law. Trey's Law will protect, defend, and support children who are the victims of sexual assault. It ensures that non-disclosure agreements cannot be used to silence minors who have endured abuse. At the same time, the bill preserves the confidentiality of settlement amounts and allows victims themselves to insist on privacy if they so choose. What it does not allow is the forced silencing of victims in order to protect the abusers. Trey's Law establishes a clear national baseline. No NDA may be used to silence the disclosure of child sexual abuse. And importantly, this legislation does not prevent the states from going further. Versions of Trey's Law have already passed in Texas, in Alabama, in Missouri, Tennessee, California, and other states have also taken steps to prohibit the use of NDAs in cases of child sexual abuse. These are meaningful steps in the right direction, but we owe it to Trey and to every victim to ensure that they have the right to speak about their experiences. They have the right to rely on those around them, that they know their stories will not be silenced, and most importantly, that they are not alone. In just a moment, I will propound a unanimous consent request to take up and pass Trey's Law to make sure that no other children feel controlled or defeated by the system that is supposed to deliver them justice. Trey's Law has already passed the Judiciary Committee unanimously, and I want to thank Senators Gillibrand and Britt and my colleagues on the entire Judiciary Committee for working on this legislation and helping us push this across the finish line. And with that, I yield the floor to Senator Britt.
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I rise today to stand with Senator Cruz. Senator Cruz's leadership on this important issue has led us to today, a today where I am hopeful that the Senate will provide a unanimous vote for Trey's law. You heard Senator Cruz tell the story. It tugs at your heartstrings. It's unimaginable. As a parent, I cannot imagine my child enduring that, and then that child being forced into silence. It should never happen again. Victims should be in control of when and where and if they tell their story. They should never be silenced or sidelined. Trey's law has built momentum across the country. That's because, as Senator Cruz will tell you, of Elizabeth Carlock, Trey's sister, who has fought tirelessly to ensure that this never happens to another individual and another family ever has to endure this pain. When we're looking at this, I'm very proud that Alabama has led the way. Alabama passed Trey's law along with a number of other states, and in our state, Representative David Faulkner and State Senator Matt Woods ensured that Trey's law was signed by Governor Ivey into law. Today, we ask our colleagues to join us in this common sense and bipartisan piece of legislation that will ensure that no victim of child sexual abuse will ever be silenced. I urge the House to pass this bill and to send it to President Trump's desk. Look, there are a lot of times that we're out and we're talking to people in our states. We hear from constituents, we hear stories that tug at our heartstrings. I commend Senator Cruz, Senate Judiciary Committee, and certainly proud to be a part of that, for actually doing something about the tragedies that are facing everyday Americans. Today, let's honor Trey's memory. Let's ensure that abusers are not protected. Let's ensure that victims have a voice. And let's prevent tragedies like this from ever happening again. I yield back to my distinguished colleague from Texas.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
I thank Senator Britt for her kind remarks and for her passionate leadership fighting alongside me to get this passed. If and when the Senate passes this, it will be a victory for Trey, a victory for his sister Elizabeth, who's been tireless fighting to honor the memory and legacy of her brother, a victory for the entire Carlock family, and a victory for kids who tragically have been the victims of sexual assault across the country. After the Senate passes this, I hope the House takes this legislation up quickly, passes it, and puts it on the President's desk to be signed into law. Therefore, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 413, S3966.
Calendar number 413, S3966, a bill to prohibit the enforcement of certain contractual clauses that restrict disclosure of sexual abuse of minors and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I yield the floor.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, when Lisa Smith was just 3 years old, she was trafficked. Just a sweet little toddler, blonde hair, the cutest little thing, not much younger than my daughter is now. When she should have been outside kicking a soccer ball, playing with dollies, on a playground with little friends, she was instead being abused, and in the most brutal fashion. Her predator abused her and mutilated her and took pictures of it and videos and posted them to the internet, to the dark corners of the web for the sick adulation of other predators. This went on for months and then for years. And that's where federal investigators first found Lisa, first noticed her, first saw the images. They could see this beautiful little girl. They could see the sick torture that she was being forced to endure. They could see the pain in her face, but they had no idea where she was. They had all of the images. They saw all of what she was suffering through. They knew that she was out there. They knew that somebody was posting this over and over and over again. She knew that other predators were looking at it and were responding to it, but they didn't know where to find her. They didn't know how to rescue her. I wish I could say that Lisa's case is unique. I wish I could say that there were no other children like her in America. But the sad fact of the matter is that Lisa's case is increasingly common in the United States of America today. I want you to take a look at this poster. This is the United States, and these red dots represent the IP addresses of individuals who have shared child rape images in just the last 6 months. There are 338,000 dots on that map. Let me say that again. 338,000 dots of known instances where a predator has shared, posted to the internet images of child rape, child abuse, child sexual exploitation. The number of child exploitation reports last year increased to 20.5 million in this country. 20 million reports of child exploitation, the vast majority of those tied to online child exploitation. Interpol estimates that there are 90,000 images that the government has of child rape, child exploitation, child sexual abuse, but where we don't know who the child is or where she is. 90,000 of these images, but we don't know where they are. Mr. President, we don't know how to rescue them. This is the crisis that is increasingly confronting every American family. Every family with children faces the risk that their child, when they log on, when they post something on the web, when they get a phone, that they will be solicited by a predator, that they will be lured into a dangerous situation by a predator, that they will themselves be trafficked, children taken from their homes, children lured away and kidnapped, children forced into sex slavery all across this country. We know they're out there. We can see the images, but we don't know how to find them. And the internet has made this a crisis all across the country. It has made it a pressing crisis for every family in America. The truth is, while child abuse is sadly a long-standing phenomenon, child predation and child trafficking now is fed and nourished and nurtured by social media, by companies who know that these images are being posted and don't do anything about it, by the purveyors of online platforms who allow their entire platform to be taken over and essentially run as a child trafficking ring. Yeah, the internet has made it much, much worse. It has made it a crisis. It has brought this problem to the doorstep of every family in this country. And the question that I want to ask today, Mr. President, is what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do for the tens of thousands of children like Lisa who are out there, who are in need, who are being abused, who are being brutalized, even as we stand here on this floor, for those children who need rescue? What will we do for them today? Because the time has come, Mr. President, to do something. The time for merely standing by and sitting back and hoping for the best has passed. There are too many children whose lives are being destroyed, even as we speak. We have terrific federal investigators whose job is, whose work is, to identify and find these children. At the Department of Homeland Security, there's an entire unit called the Cyber Crimes Unit that contains and includes forensic investigators who analyze the sorts of images that were posted here, that you see reflected on this map, who analyze them and try to find where the children are. Here's the only problem with that. There's only 7 of them. That's right, there's 7 forensic analysts, 7 experts who can analyze these images, 90,000 images at least that the government knows of with these lost children, 20 million reports of sexual exploitation, and yet only 7 analysts who are able to identify and rescue these children. If you look at this map again, there's a sea of red dots. If you look closely, there's also blue dots, but you'd be hard-pressed to find them. The blue dots represent the number of active investigations of child sexual abuse, of child online predation. They're completely lost in the sea of red. Our children are increasingly lost to predators, to traffickers, to abusers, and yet our government is not doing nearly enough about it. The investigators are there, they're capable, they're ready. Mr. President, they need help. What can they do? What could the Department of Homeland Security, what could law enforcement do if they had the resources, if they had the support that they needed? Well, I'll give you a sense of it. They could do what they did for Lisa. What happened was Lisa's predator posted images of her online, and an investigator in the cybercrime unit at Homeland saw the pictures and started drilling down on them. He started analyzing every frame, every second of the videos, every little detail of the photos, everything he could get his hands on, and he started noticing a few telling signs, a few clues that maybe Lisa was somewhere in the southern part of the United States. And then one day he was able to make out a playground and able to drill down, to zoom in on the playground equipment with enough specificity that he could begin to run it across other images of playgrounds in cities across the South. And sure enough, in time, he was able to isolate which playground this was in the particular city in the South. And after that, Homeland sent a team of investigators to start walking blocks. That's right, get out on the streets and walk them. To start walking up and down to see where exactly is that playground? Where would Lisa come back to it? Where else might she be? Are there other children in the region who might know? To interview, to talk, to see. And here's what happened, Mr. President. They found her. They found her. As it turns out, she never left home. You see, her predator, her abuser, was her father, who from the time that she was an infant serially raped and brutalized her and posted all those images. And you know, he thought he was pretty clever about it. He took a lot of careful steps to keep his identity a secret. But these investigators, these great law enforcement, these cops, that's really what they are at Homeland Security, they were better. Oh, they're good. They're very good. They found her, they got him, they rescued her. Mr. President, there are tens of thousands of other children just like Lisa. It's time to rescue them. We can do it. We can help them today. We can send more investigators into the streets. We can put more cops onto the beat. We can stand up a program to train state and local and federal law enforcement agents together to combine their efforts to work together to bring home children like Lisa. We can do it, Mr. President. The time has come to do it, and I'm here to say we will do it. Because in the Homeland funding bill that this body will take up in short order, there is the largest investment in anti-child trafficking in the history of this body. This bill contains funding and directives for 200 new agents and investigators to go after child traffickers. From 7 to 200 new cops who can analyze those images, who can go after the traffickers, and who can go rescue children like Lisa. It also contains new funds for programs to bring together state and local and federal law enforcement to coordinate their efforts and to deploy them together into the field to rescue our children. It was an incredible privilege to work on this legislation and to get it into this bill, Mr. President, and I particularly want to thank my dear friend and a terrific advocate for children across this country, Tim Tebow. Yeah, you heard me right, the Heisman Trophy winner and NFL quarterback who I think will be known when all is said and done for something other than sports. I think what Tim will be best known for is his love and compassion for the poor, for the weak, and for the vulnerable. Tim's been working on this for years. He's been to Homeland. He has seen the cyber crimes unit. And together, he and I worked on this legislation to create these 200 new investigators, 200 new cops to get out there and go rescue kids, new programs for state and local law enforcement. And with his support and the support of my colleagues, it is now in this legislation. I hope in 48 hours' time or less, Mr. President, we will be able to say we have voted to send these rescuers out onto the streets. We have voted to save these children. The time is now. This is a moral challenge for this body to stand and protect the most vulnerable among us, our children, to stand and protect those who need it most, to say that we will no longer sit back and make excuses, but we will act to save. We will act to rescue. We will act to help the weak. We will act to save these children. Let's do it. Let's do it now. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, last year the city of Chicago, which I am honored to represent, lived under President Trump's mass deportation operation, which was dubbed by the administration as, quote, Operation Midway Blitz. While instances of ICE agents tear gassing neighborhoods, firing rubber bullets at protesters, and using violent force to detain individuals has slowed since that month-long campaign, arbitrary immigration enforcement continues to grip the city. There is fear in the neighborhoods as to what's next with ICE. I'd like to share one story with you. Two months ago, a high school student named Ricardo Hernandez Navarrete and his mother were arrested in Chicago by ICE while at a routine check-in for families with pending asylum cases. You remember what President Trump told us about ICE? What he promised us with ICE? They were going after the rapists, the murderers, the terrorists, the criminally insane, the child predators, and those who would kill you and should never have crossed our border. The worst of the worst, in the words of Donald Trump. But let me tell you about this mother and son. They've had no criminal record whatsoever. None. Ricardo is a student at Mather High School in West Ridge, Illinois, who also plays soccer at the iPro Skills Academy. He committed to play for Truman College in the fall after his graduation. He describes it as the answer to his prayer. The good news is that yesterday, a federal judge ruled that Ricardo's mother must be released from ICE custody. Unfortunately, Ricardo, who is only 18 years old, remains in detention. Does Ricardo sound like one of the worst that the president promised would be his target? The murderers, the rapists, the terrorists? Not to me. After being detained, the two were taken to Kentucky from Chicago, put in jail for detention, separated by the Trump administration. They have not seen each other for 2 months. Ricardo said being in detention, quote, plays tricks on your mind, and the bathrooms are filthy with practically no privacy. He continued saying, quote, I miss my mom. I miss playing soccer. Ricardo and his mother followed the rules. His mother came to the United States in 2022 when Ricardo was 15. She filed for asylum, and that petition remains pending, according to court documents. Both have been model neighbors ever since they arrived. I'll also note, cases like Ricardo's are one of the many reasons why Senate Democrats continue to fight to rein in lawless rogue ICE agents, including by making sure federal agents follow the same standards of law and compliance with the Constitution as state police departments already do. That's not too much to ask. Unfortunately, many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are continuing to muscle through a partisan spending bill which would give to the ICE agents a blank check. The memory of what happened with the ICE agents in Chicago, and certainly what happened in Minneapolis, is not gone. We still remember when wearing their masks, they were harassing people and killing innocent American citizens. It happened twice in quick succession. Giving ICE a blank check is a mistake, to the tune of tens of billions of dollars, to continue this campaign of terror unchecked. I'm going to vote no on that bill, and I urge ICE to release Ricardo and reunite him with his mother as soon as possible. Mr. President, on another topic. Tomorrow, the state of Tennessee is planning to end the life of Tony Carruthers, a man with severe mental health conditions who was forced to represent himself in a murder trial 30 years ago. Forensic evidence never connected him to the crime. Key witness testimony has been discredited. Fingerprints and DNA found at the crime scene were never fully investigated, even though they could exonerate Mr. Carruthers. Despite all of this, his execution is scheduled to continue tomorrow as planned. By midnight tomorrow, Mr. Carruthers will depart this earth for a crime he may not have committed. When I was first elected to Congress many years ago, I was part of the majority of Americans who supported the death penalty, except for the most heinous crimes. Over the years, my views began to change for a number of reasons. First, there have been numerous cases of potentially innocent people who've been executed, including as recently as 2024. And over 200 people who were wrongfully convicted and sentenced to death have been exonerated since 1973. One study found that 4% of the individuals on death row were likely innocent, and this figure does not include those who pled guilty to crimes they didn't commit to avoid execution. For many on death row, their punishment stems from their inability to afford counsel and their struggles with mental illness. According to the Prison Policy Initiative, approximately 90% of people facing capital charges cannot afford an attorney. Researchers at the University of North Carolina have found that 43% of individuals executed between 2000 and 2015 had been diagnosed with a mental illness at some point in their life. 43%. The death penalty is not a punishment reserved for the worst of the worst. It is one reserved for the poorest of the poor. In addition, it is a penalty disproportionately faced by Black Americans. Despite being 13% of the U.S. population, Black people make up 41% of all the prisoners on death row. Coincidence? Numerous studies have found that Black defendants are more likely than their white counterparts to face the death penalty. And on top of all this, it is far from clear that the death penalty even serves its primary purpose. There has yet to be conclusive evidence demonstrating the death penalty deters people from committing heinous crimes compared to the threat of life in prison. Faced with all this, 15 years ago, I announced that I could no longer support the death penalty. Luckily, I was in good company. I was not the first public official whose thinking about this issue changed. Supreme Court Justices Harry Blackmun and John Paul Stevens had a similar journey to my own. While both initially ruled in favor of the death penalty, they eventually came to the same conclusion, that after decades of trying to make it fair, we had largely failed as a nation. In the year 2000, in my home state of Illinois, George Ryan, a Republican governor, instituted the first statewide moratorium on executions in the nation. In 2003, Governor Ryan cleared death row by commuting the sentences of 167 inmates to life in prison. In 2021, his first year in office, President Biden instituted a moratorium on the federal death penalty. Then in December 2024, in response to requests from myself and 11 other senators, President Biden commuted the sentences of most individuals on federal death row to life imprisonment. Today, I'm reintroducing the Federal Death Penalty Prohibition Act. This legislation would prohibit the imposition of death penalty as punishment for any violation of federal law and require the resentencing of those previously sentenced to death row. This bill is particularly important today. Last month, President Trump's Department of Justice announced that it was bringing back firing squads and seeking to return to the use of electrocution and lethal gas for executions. Meanwhile, the state of Alabama became the first government in the world to carry out executions by nitrogen suffocation, an untested and inhumane death penalty method. The Supreme Court has declined to intervene over the dissent of Justice Sotomayor, joined by Justices Kagan and Jackson. Listen to what Justice Sotomayor wrote, and I quote, "Allowing the nitrogen hypoxy experiment to continue despite mounting and unbroken evidence that it violates the Constitution by inflicting unnecessary suffering fails to protect the dignity of the nation we have been, the nation we are, and the nation we aspire to be. These barbaric tactics will be remembered as a stain on our nation's history. We must not engage in the very conduct we seek to punish. My bill would ensure we would not." I understand this subject brings out people's strongest emotions. When faced with horrific acts of some people on death row, the hatred they hold, the pain they caused, it is understandable to want them to face a punishment commensurate with their crimes. But how many innocent people must be put to death to feed a feeling of vengeance? How many Americans must be denied justice in the name of grief? State-sanctioned killing is not an effective way to make our country safe. It is not guaranteed to only punish the guilty. It is not who we are. I hope my colleagues will join me together in this cruel and unusual punishment in America, once and for all. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, like citizens in Ohio, Vermonters like to work hard. They get up each day and face the day, and they don't fear hard work. They're glad to do that. to protect their families, to improve their community. But you know, they work hard, but they don't like paying for wasteful things. And right now, President Trump is demanding $1 billion to build an East Wing, which, by the way, is an East Wing that he destroyed, tore it down, and now he promised Americans that he would rebuild it. It would be through private contributions, but he's demanding really, the United States Congress to spend $1 billion to rebuild what he destroyed. Vermonters don't like that at all. It's been said, Mr. President, that a budget does reflect our shared values, not the personal preferences of any one individual, including the President of the United States. So let's just talk about some of the other ways $1 billion could be spent that would have a significant benefit to Vermonters who are working hard, who are paying their bills, and who care about their community. With $1 billion, we could extend the ACA premium tax credits that you and I worked on, by the way, to make health care more affordable for 30,000 Vermonters. With $1 billion, we could provide really important Title I funding, which helps rural and underserved schools in Vermont for 23 years. With $1 billion, we could provide $153,000 in relief for every single one of our 6,537 farms who are all struggling. With $1 billion, we could provide a $12,000 small business loan, small businesses being really essential to Vermont, to all 82,000 Vermont small businesses. With $1 billion, we could restore the SNAP program for every Vermonter who has been kicked off nutrition assistance because of the Trump tax bill. 4,547 Vermonters have lost what we call 3 squares. Terrible. With $1 billion, we could fund the women, infant, and child benefits for Vermonters for 147 years. And with $1 billion, we could provide child care for every child under 5 in Vermont for 1.5 years. With $1 billion, we could fund the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, LIHEAP, in Vermont for 50 years. This vital program provides home heating and cooling aid for more than 26,000 Vermonters. With $1 billion, we could help provide $50,000 loans to 20,000 Vermonters who have been impacted by flooding or other natural disasters in the past 3 years. With $1 billion, we could support FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund, which is operating in immediate needs funding status, meaning everything's precarious. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, show me your values, and if you want to show me your values, show me your budget. This reconciliation budget bill, which adds billions of dollars to an already bloated ICE budget and CPB budget with absolutely no reforms and no oversight. And it gives hundreds of millions of dollars, potentially $1 billion, to President Trump's ballroom, is a statement of values. This $1 billion won't help communities or families from Barre, Vermont to Biloxi, Mississippi. You know, I want to give just a straightforward, rhetoric-free reading of just a few headlines we saw this week alone. This is the world we're in, and it reflects how the administration is spending its time and resources. The Washington Post: millions are expected to lose Affordable Care Act coverage as costs spike. Associated Press: under congressional scrutiny, Blanche defends nearly $1.8 billion fund to pay Trump allies. The Washington Post: EPA wants to repeal limits on forever chemicals in drinking water. The Associated Press, Trump distorts recent revisions of scientific projections of global warming. The Washington Post, health worker shortage will worsen the federal loan limit. Notice, Trump's latest White House makeover includes a helipad. The New York Times, deported despite DACA, dreamers face uncertainty under Trump. Mr. President, the President of the United States has been clear. He's choosing a go-it-alone approach on his ballroom. He wants to fund ICE and CPB on a partisan basis with none of the reforms so many Americans are demanding. And he's going to totally bypass regular order in any hope of a bipartisan budget. It's really a waste of taxpayer dollars. The folks that you represent and I represent who are willing to work hard, who are willing to pay their fair share, but really wonder, why are we spending $1 billion on a ballroom? Mr. President, I yield back.
I recognize the senator from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. The month of May is a very busy time of year. It's graduation season, recital season, and of course, planting season for American farmers. Here in the Senate, lawmakers will burn the midnight oil this week to pass a reconciliation bill that delivers essential funding for national security and public safety. Well, I want to assure my colleagues that this senator is never too busy to set the record straight. And today, I come to the floor to set the record straight on E15. E15 is a higher blend, higher octane fuel that's 85% gasoline and 15% of homegrown American ethanol. Last week, the House approved landmark legislation to make year-round E15 the law of the land and lower gas prices for Americans from coast to coast. The driving force between the House Secretary was House delegation. That shouldn't surprise you because Iowa is the leading producer of ethanol. That victory was led by Congressman Randy Feenstra, Congressman Zach Nunn, Congresswoman Ashley Hinson, and Congresswoman Marianne Miller Meeks. I applaud all four of these House members for their effort and for supporting a major industry in Iowa and probably about 40,000 jobs in Iowa. And I'm glad to take up the baton with a bipartisan coalition here in the United States Senate. With those generalizations, I would like to shed some light on what year-round E15 would do. If E15 would offer Americans a lower price fuel option when they fill up at the pump, giving families somewhere between 10 and 30 cents per gallon. And that's a big savings. Making E15 permanent delivers more choices for the consumer and year-round savings for families who are facing these higher gas prices that we've seen since the war in Iran started. So it's very simple. A vote for E15 is a vote for lower gas prices. Year-round, nationwide E15 would bring certainty to fuel refineries, to the marketers, to the retailers, and the renewable fuel producers. No more costly switchovers in the summer when under law ethanol cannot be sold in certain parts of the country. It would end a patchwork of regulations from one year to the next, boost the domestic gas supply chain, and it would surely unleash America's domestic energy dominance. Unleashing E15 stops Americans from being held hostage to foreign crude oil. It reduces carbon emissions and tailpipe pollutants and would pump $14 billion into the U.S. farm economy. On top of all those advantages, E15 is pro-environmental. And at a time when farmers are looking for expanded markets, E15 would deliver for corn farmers and create more jobs in rural America. E15 puts American families, our farmers, and our biofuel producers in the driver's seat to power forward, clean, affordable, homegrown fuels. Now here's what year-round E15 does not do, and I emphasize this part of my remarks because there's a lot of lack of knowledge about E15 and maybe a lot of lack of knowledge about ethanol generally. And this is from I've been hearing from my colleagues. It would not force Americans to fill up their gas tank with E15. It would not force fuel retailers to even sell E15. In short, it would not create a mandate. And how many times have I heard from my colleagues that it would be a mandate? In fact, EPA Administrator Zeldin confirmed this very fact to my colleague from Nebraska just last week. E15 is not a mandate, and that's from the EPA Administrator Zeldin. President Trump delivered his seal of approval for year-round E15 during a visit to my home state in January. He called on Congress to pass E15 without delay and said he would sign it as soon as it reached his desk. Vice President Vance and Secretary Rollins have also traveled to Iowa to endorse E15 because they know what I know. Ethanol is good for national security, good for the farm economy, and good for U.S. energy independence. My efforts to help get homegrown fuels from the field to the pump started 5 decades ago during the energy crisis of the 1970s. And that energy crisis was called that because it was referred to as oil embargo. And it was something that OPEC forced upon the entire world. 2 decades ago, I worked with President George W. Bush to create and expand the renewable fuel standard, known here in Washington among energy people as RFS. Last year, the Fest celebrated 20 years of success, paving a cleaner, more energy-independent future for Americans. And within those 20 years, I've worked with the Obama, the Trump, and the Biden's administration, and E15 into our domestic fuel supply. Now, having said all that, guess what happened? The sky didn't fall, no refineries shut down. So that brings me to the Chicken Littles inserting themselves in today's debate, and I'm talking about the so-called mid-sized refiners. They're running around this town trying to gut the hard-fought year-round E15 victory that passed with bipartisan support in the House of Representatives. It's interesting, this coop of little Chicken Littles is now crowing. After 8 years of presidential waivers that allowed for E15 summertime sales, the refineries are now trying to convince people in Washington, including some of my colleagues here in the United States Senate, that the sky will fall if we pass permanent year-round nationwide E15. So let's get back to the facts. We've had E15 by presidential waiver since 2019. Ambassador Zeldin has confirmed that in these 8 years, not one refinery closed because of consumers had the choice to purchase E15. For those saying that refineries have been ignored in the E15 debate, that is surely not the case. And after 16 years of working on this issue, I would know. Refineries have been deeply involved in negotiation for years. There have been very high-level talks on the topic of E15. And the Rural Domestic Council in the House was specifically created to hear from people with these refineries. In her remarks here on the Senate floor last week, my colleague from Iowa mentioned that the annual earnings of the nation's 6 mid-sized refineries are more than all of America's family farmers combined. Now, there's nothing wrong with making money. That's the beauty of the free economic system that we have in America. It's powered our economy and fueled innovations for the last 250 years. If we shouldn't let this, however, we shouldn't let this bill's opponents talk out of both sides of their mouth. You can't take in record profits on the one hand and claim you're a step away from bankruptcy because of E15 on the other hand. Homegrown E15 is an example of the entrepreneurial spirit and discovery that makes America great. E15 powers up American domestic energy, lowers prices at the pump, and boosts the farm economy. You add all that up, and E15 is a win for America and for Americans. America's farmers and families are counting on this. The common sense choice is very clear. America needs permanent year-round E15 from sea to shining sea. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
I recognize the senator from Rhode Island.
Is the Senate presently in a quorum call?
We are.
In that case, let me ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thanks very much, Mr. President. I come to the Senate this afternoon with a simple proposition and a resolution that recognizes that simple truth, and that is that climate change is real. Earlier this year, I came to the floor and asked my colleagues if they could all agree on this simple scientific fact. The way that was framed was to say that climate science and climate change are not a hoax. On that occasion, I also asked my colleagues to acknowledge what the fossil fuel industry has known for nearly 60 years, which is not only that climate change is real, but also that they're the primary cause of climate change, their emissions. Unfortunately, Republicans refused to acknowledge those facts. So I came back and asked for a simple recognition that sea levels were rising as a result of climate change, and Republicans refused to acknowledge that. I came back and asked that we recognize very simply that oceans are warming because of climate change, and Republicans refused to acknowledge that fact. So let's try this. Super simple. Resolved that the Senate recognizes that climate change is real. That's the text of this resolution. It's a simple four-word proposition that I hope we can agree on. But just to show the fact base that this simple fact stands on, we can start with NASA. NASA is pretty good scientists, you know. They're actually driving rovers around on Mars. They're pretty good at what they do. And here's what NASA maintains. Quote, there is unequivocal evidence that Earth is warming at an unprecedented rate and that human activity is the principal cause. And if you don't trust NASA, if you don't want to take their word, you can just take a look at the data. It's pretty straightforward. This graph reflects the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. It's a known thing. It's done by measurement. I hope we still believe in the Senate in measurement. This chart shows what's called the Keeling curve, daily atmospheric CO2 concentrations measured at scientific observatories. The historic data going back is actually collected from testing air bubbles frozen in ice sheets. And I've been to the Ohio State lab where some of those ice cores from old glaciers are maintained and where they take those measurements. The Ohio State scientists know what they're doing. The measurement is not that complicated. So that's the track of CO2 in the atmosphere according to the Keeling curve. Here's the next fact. Global average temperature is increasing at an accompanying rate as the CO2 emissions climb. You can see how well it tracks. Global temperature is not that hard to measure. Again, we're dealing with measurement. In effect, thermometers. It's not that hard. And if you look, as I said before, at what's going on with the heat in the oceans, here's how that tracks. And the reason that the ocean heat tracks the CO2 concentration and the land heat measures is because most of the excess heat that fossil fuel emissions causes gets absorbed by the oceans. We would already be on an unlivable planet if it weren't for the oceans absorbing 90% of that excess heat. And the amount of heat that the oceans absorb is pretty astounding. You have to measure it in zettajoules. Last week I explained that we're now warming the oceans by 23 zettajoules a year, breaking the ocean heat content record for the 9th consecutive year. As I said before, what's a zettajoule? A zettajoule is the unit of heat measure, the joule, with 21 zeros behind it. That makes it a very big number. That's actually a billion trillions. Or, put it the other way, a trillion billions. It's an enormous amount of heat. It's more than 40 times the total amount of energy that human beings generate on all of planet Earth. To warm ourselves, cool ourselves, drive our cars, run our motors, push refrigerators, whatever it is that we're trying to do, the whole energy footprint of humankind on planet Earth is half a zettajoule, and the oceans, because of that excess fossil fuel emission, is absorbing more than 40 times that much. It is a huge magnifier effect. And that does things like drop the Antarctic ice shelf. And when Antarctic's ice mass shrinks, the ice that is on the land that goes into the water does what? Raises the sea level. You can test that proposition for yourself by putting ice in a cup and letting it pour into another cup as it melts, and you will see the level of the cup rise. So here's where global sea level has been going. Again, we're not dealing with complicated stuff here. We measure heat with thermometers, measure sea level rise with tide monitor. It's basically a yardstick. You go look at the tide is the same, and you measure where on the yardstick the sea level is. This is not something that is complex or amenable to much legitimate confusion or dissent. Here, we can look at the areas burned by wildfires. Just coasts and oceans that are getting clobbered by our emissions, but the area in the United States burned by wildfires keeps climbing and climbing. And the harm that this causes goes on and on. Hurricanes, driven by warmer seas, are becoming stronger and wetter. Wildfires, driven by drought and wind, are burning far more land. And it's not just scientists who are reporting what they measure. You can actually go back to a very interesting and somewhat unique data set. In Japan, in Kyoto, believe it or not, the Japanese people have been measuring the peak bloom of their cherry trees for 1,200 years. It's one of the longest data sets on the planet. 1,200 years of when Kyoto's cherry trees hit peak bloom. And you can see, going back to the years 800, it moved fairly steadily along until you get to the Industrial Revolution, until you get to the fossil fuel emissions barrage that drove the CO2 concentrations so high. As CO2 went up and as the planet heated, spring came sooner. And so you see here, earlier and earlier and earlier and earlier comes the day of peak bloom. I thought that was interesting because I thought a 1,200-year data set kept by the Japanese people was interesting. So that's where we are. We have more violent storms. We have more ferocious and damaging wildfires. We have hotter temperatures. We have a dramatically warming ocean. And as I've said, climate change has moved from the science department to the economic department, because all of those science measures bring costs onto the American public. Droughts, wildfires, hurricanes disrupt agriculture and transit of groceries, and they make food more expensive for Americans. These climate impact owners insurance in regions where the climate risk becomes unmanageable. And they drive down property values, because when your homeowner's insurance cost doubles or triples and threatens to double or triple again, that cost knocks down the value of your home. And we're seeing that right now in Florida. And then, of course, all of this drives up energy bills at a time when oil prices are already extremely high because of Trump's mad war in Iran. All of this is real in family budgets today. And it's a big deal. It's a big cost when homeowners insurance, which starts as a big number, doubles, as it has in Iowa in recent years. It's a big deal when you get told by your insurance company that you're fired. They're not going to insure your property any longer. And now you got to scramble to find insurance. And when you do, it's worse. It's more expensive, provides less coverage. There's a huge cost factor, and there is a huge hassle factor for real Americans right now. That is our reality. Climate change is real. Can we agree on that simple truth? That is my question today, and therefore I ask, as if in legislative session, unanimous consent, that the Committee on Environment and Public Works be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to Senate Resolution 553. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
Reserving the right to object. I'm down here now for the third time with a smile on my face. I mean, this is humorous. It would be humorous if it weren't so tragic. The good senator from Rhode Island, when he's chairing of the Budget Committee, held hearing after hearing about these enormous costs caused by man-made climate change. What he refuses to acknowledge is the fact that the reaction of this scaremongering, this alarmism, has been somewhere between $6 to $10 trillion is what we've spent globally, trying to hold back the tides. $6 to $10 trillion. The cost he's talking about pale in comparison to that massive, the largest malinvestment in human history. So, I mean, make no mistakes. The simple resolution, by the way, I don't deny climate change. Climate change is real. It's always changed. It always will. The debate is, to what extent does man cause it? And I would argue an even greater debate would be, what can we do about it? I mean, he's down here, again, scaremongering in an alarmist fashion. Obviously acknowledging that the $6 to $10 trillion we've already wasted in this greatest malinvestment in human history hasn't even made a dent. But I want to point out, I'm glad he talked about measurements, about science, about a long data set. Here's a long data set. These are charts of the Vostok ice core sample. This is about 400-some thousand years of climate history. I don't know how they do it, but they know how to measure different gas percentages. They can calculate temperature. Going back actually more than 800,000 years. This one's 400,000. The most famous data set from this occurred in 1999, Petit et al. But as you can see, this is in Celsius, but these, hard to call cycles, but we'll call them cycles, of temperature variation, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 of them in 400,000 years. So approximately 100,000 year cycles. Almost 23 degrees Fahrenheit change in temperature. Now, what the senator from Rhode Island's all concerned about is a little moment in time here. Taking a look at charts and blowing them up and doing the hockey stick effect and then freaking out about little minute movements over geologic time. Now, and then he, and all the climate alarmists do this, they blame it on us, fossil fuels. We weren't burning fossil fuels 400,000 years ago. Somehow, temperatures rose and temperatures declined. 4 times over 400,000 years, almost 23 degrees. That's why I'm not freaked out about this. That's why I'm not a Chicken Little. That's why I oppose a simple resolution that has all kinds of ideas behind it, all kinds of policy implications, all kinds of new proposed malinvestment, trillions of dollars are worth to try and hold back the time. You see this red line underneath here. Not only do they measure temperature over time, they measure CO2 levels over time. No, there's no doubt about it. It tracks very closely with temperature. Within that data set of Petit et al., not very well publicized, kind of understated, they say, well, this doesn't really mean anything, is the fact that CO2 isn't the leading indicator, it's the lagging indicator. First, temperature rises or falls, and then CO2 either rises or falls, approximately about an 800 to 1,000 year lag. So they try and, the climate alarmists try and put this, oh, look, CO2 is up, causing temperature. No, temperatures rose, and then CO2 rose, and there's actually a pretty easy explanation for it. Most CO2 is a trace element in our atmosphere. A trace element, not even a percent, a fraction of a percent. Most CO2 on Earth is locked up in our oceans. So as the temperature rises, probably because of solar activity, wobble in our axis, whatever these macro trends that actually cause climate change, the majority of climate change. As those factors cause temperatures to rise, temperatures in the ocean rise, releasing CO2, and then CO2, it's not the other way around. It's not CO2 went up, causing temperature to increase, temperature increased to cause CO2 to rise. Again, this Vostok ice core sample, these are measurements, this is science, this is a very long data set. It just shows why, again, I don't know exactly to what extent man certainly can't impact the environment. We all want a clean environment, but the extent that man has caused climate change, obviously, we weren't around back here to cause this climate change, something else is doing it. So again, I just don't freak out about it, and I certainly am not going to subscribe to any resolution that would cause policy here to spend trillions of dollars, misspend, waste trillions of dollars on a fool's errand trying to hold back the tides. So, Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Just want to make sure it's absolutely clear that that argument is what Republicans have sent to the floor of the United States Senate to question the measurements and the facts of climate change. That's what they sent to the floor. The questions are the talking points of the fossil fuel industry. To what extent does man cause it? Here's what NASA says. unequivocal evidence that the Earth is warming at an unprecedented rate, with human activity the principal cause. And lest it be not clear, that human activity is fossil fuel burning and emissions. That is not a question. That is a known thing. Just ask NASA. And what to do about it? Well, one good thing to do about it would be to bring more clean energy onto the grid. And that doesn't cost trillions. Over time, that will save trillions. Just in my state of Rhode Island, we tried to bring clean energy onto our grid at a contract price of 9 cents per kilowatt hour from an offshore wind farm. Our average grid price is 18 cents per kilowatt hour. So the offshore wind would literally be half price energy for our grid. And the Trump administration tried twice illegally to stop it. We would have saved a lot of money had we gone to clean energy. Look at any one of America's grids and look at what power sources run first. It's the clean stuff. Why? Because they operate by the rule of running the less expensive power first. Wherever you go in the country, clean energy is the least expensive power. It lowers costs for people. And if you want a solution, there's an easy one that protects against the dangers of climate change and that lowers costs for consumers. I would only advise my friend from Wisconsin that he just might want to consider running his argument by the University of Wisconsin before trotting it out on the Senate floor. With that, I yield and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
President,
Senator from Virginia.
could I inquire for an quorum call?
We are.
Could I ask that it be suspended?
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to discuss a CRA resolution that we'll be voting on soon. And it's a CRA resolution to challenge a regulation of the Trump administration concerning the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. Now, the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program is a venerable and bipartisan program that was first included in the College Cost Reduction Act of 2007, supported in a very bipartisan way during the presidency of President George W. Bush. The conference report, including this program, passed the Senate with a 79-12 vote, and many of my Republican colleagues, for example, who were there at the time, Senators Grassley, Barrasso, Collins, Murkowski, are still here in the chamber strongly supporting this program. And it's been very bipartisan, and the program is a pretty straightforward, and it does what it says. It provides loan forgiveness for college and then even some graduate loans for students who decide to go into public service careers. And the longer you stay in that career, the more you get your loan forgiven. So it was a bipartisan recognition that we want people to pursue public service careers. The administration of public service loan forgiveness is put in the Department of Education. And during the first Trump administration, his first Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos, and officials at the department dramatically reduced the number of public service loans that they would forgive. And at one point, Secretary DeVos made a comment along the lines of, why is it important to go into public service rather than go into the private sector? They were not approving the forgiveness of loans for those who had gone into public service careers because they didn't fundamentally believe in the program that Congress had, in a bipartisan way, put into law. President Biden restored the public service loan forgiveness program to what it was intended and forgave the loans of many people who were pursuing public service careers and just, doing what senators do, Mr. President, what you and I do, traveling around our state. It's been pretty heartening to meet people and be told the forgiveness of my student loan at age 35 or at age 45 after a long career as a teacher or another public service career, nurse, healthcare professional, has meant so much to my family and so much to my ability to move ahead. So that's what the program is, an important one, a bipartisan one, still in law. The Trump administration has decided, in the midst of dismantling the Department of Education, Secretary McMahon and the president have said they want to dismantle the entire department, and they're taking pieces of it, career and technical education, for example, and trying to give it to the Department of Labor, which doesn't even want it and isn't really suited to managing it. Or they're taking the administration of student loans and trying to hand it first to the Small Business Administration, who didn't want to administer it, then maybe to the Department of Treasury. In the midst of dismantling or handing off or divesting many programs, the department has also decided it wants to go after public service loan forgiveness. But they're doing it in a fairly pernicious way that has earned the objection not only of folks on my side of the aisle, but also the objection of groups like the Cato Institute that are traditionally conservative policy organizations. What is the regulation that we are challenging? The Trump administration proposes to allow the secretary, in this case Secretary McMahon, to individually determine whether or not an individual's job is in fact public service, and to make that determination based on the secretary's view of the political viewpoint of the organization for which the individual works, and whether that organization is doing something that the administration doesn't like. Now, this is a pretty dramatic and radical power to put in the hands of the Secretary of Education. Imagine if there was a Democratic president and we said we would give to the Democratic Secretary of Education the ability to determine whether or not a particular student or particular public service worker would receive loan forgiveness after they've chosen their profession to go into. Now, the administration has sort of marketed this as we don't want to consider for public service jobs that may be doing things that are illegal. So they've said, for example, we would not want to forgive the loan of an organization, of a person working for an organization that aids and abets people who are here without legal immigration status. Well, I'll give you an example. Public school systems in the United States are required to serve all who register, regardless of immigration status, pursuant to a Supreme Court decision that is about 50 years old. A teacher who works in one of those schools is assisting an undocumented person, a young student who is required by law to serve. Is that teacher because the teacher teaches English as a second language, or the teacher teaches in a school and offers services to students who do not have lawful immigration status? Is that abetting illegal immigration? The Trump-era regulation would allow the Secretary of Education to say, yeah, you don't get your loan forgiven because of the particular students you work with, because of the particular class you teach in English as a second language class, because of the percentage of your students who might be here without legal documentation. So get this, the teacher is required to offer services to those students by a binding Supreme Court precedent, but the Trump-era regulation could allow the Secretary of Education to take that teacher who's been in that classroom for 10 years or 20 years and suddenly say, but you don't get public service loan forgiveness. And the regulation vests that sole decision-making authority in the hands of the Secretary of Education. Give you another example. Part of the healthcare safety net in this country is free clinics. Free clinics provide medical services through physicians and other allied health professionals to all comers, and they generally don't inquire about someone's immigration status. We need healthcare workers, nurses, and doctors and others to work in free clinics. Someone could say to one of these healthcare professionals who don't make great salaries in these institutions, wait a minute, your clinic provides services to people who are not here with legal documented status. Therefore, we're not going to forgive your loan. After you've chosen a path and done a job and done it for years, and now you feel like you're entitled to have your loans forgiven, suddenly the Secretary of Education could just say, we don't want to forgive your loan. There's another provision in the regulation that I found challenging. It said loans could not be forgiven for any organization that illegally discriminates. Now, I'm against illegal discrimination, and I know every member of this body is against illegal discrimination. But the Trump administration has been pushing universities and threatening to cut off their funding if they have diversity programs, arguing that those programs are illegal discrimination. Without any court ruling saying that they're illegal discrimination, without other legal justification for their illegal discrimination. And they've even gone so far to pressure the president of my flagship university, the University of Virginia, to resign because of diversity programming on campus. And they threatened to force out the president of another university in Virginia, George Mason University. That president refused to resign because of the completely unsubstantiated allegation that diversity programming on campuses is illegal discrimination. Now, the Trump administration has not been able to get a court to say this is illegal discrimination, but they are forcing universities to even push for the firing of the presidents on their view that diversity program is illegal discrimination. So say you've worked and now you're a faculty member, or say you've worked and now you work at the university health clinic, or say you've worked and now you work for a university custodial service or the university campus police, and you're providing a public service in that way, but the Secretary of Education says, yeah, but I don't like George Mason's diversity programming. I don't like UVA's diversity programming, so because I don't like the institution you work for, I am going to deny you public service loan forgiveness. The administration says it wants to go against those who might be working for sanctuary jurisdictions. This is not a label that I have a lot of firsthand experience with in Virginia, because I don't believe there are any sanctuary jurisdictions in Virginia. But there are communities in the United States that have declared themselves sanctuary jurisdictions. They're cities and counties. I don't believe any states have. So what if you're a hardworking police officer and you've had a career for a community, and after a city council election, there's a new city council that suddenly says we want to be a sanctuary jurisdiction? The Secretary of Education could say to the hardworking police officer, the hardworking firefighter, the hardworking teacher in the public school system, I don't like what your city council did, therefore you're not entitled to public service loan forgiveness. I think the idea of politicizing this and giving the Secretary the power to deprive individuals of something they should be entitled to by statute is very, very dangerous. Let me read some concerns that we've heard expressed. Here was a comment that was made against the Trump regulation from someone in Pennsylvania. My husband's military service is qualifying employment for public service loan forgiveness. The promise of PSLF was and continues to be a significant factor in our family's long-term financial planning, helping to make the sacrifices inherent in military service more manageable. We planned our financial future with the understanding that this program exists. To have the rules change significantly or become even more complex would feel like having the rug pulled out from under us. Military life already presents unique challenges for tracking payments and certifications due to frequent moves and deployments. Streamlining must mean making PSLF more transparent, reliable, and truly manageable for service members and their families with clear communication and accurate tracking. Putting the rules about PSLF up to the determination in each individual case of the Secretary worries a family like this. Here is another comment submitted for the record in response to this regulation. PSLF has a critical background to current military readiness directly because of medical services. We're only able to partially fund training of required doctors. We only pay them 20 to 50% of what they can make in the private sector. We retain them because of their deep patriotism and the ability to make it make sense by having PSLF after 10 years of public service. All of these medical specialists and their families give up many other things in service of our troops, dependents, and country. They're not seeking to rob an education from a high-dollar school. They're accepting the lowest paid medical job because of their passion for the military. Taking away PSLF for military members or those providers who serve them just makes the sacrifices they make so much more difficult. And here's a submission from a citizen in Alabama who commented on the proposed regulation. As a physician in Birmingham, Alabama, I'm writing you to urge you to protect the PSLF program and income-driven repayment plans. We have many poor and underserved patients in America, and many of these patients are treated by nonprofits who help cover the cost of their care. Without PSLF, physicians are incentivized to instead find the highest paying job or even leave direct patient care in order to find more lucrative positions in the insurance industry or consulting. PSLF has helped me maintain my values and seek out a job in a nonprofit serving patients who need it most. Please maintain this program to allow physicians like me to serve their patients. These are the kinds of concerns people have, hardworking public service servants who would be entitled to loan forgiveness under the bipartisan program that was enacted in 2007. And my argument to my colleagues is giving this Secretary of Education, or any Secretary of Education, including under a Democratic administration, the ability to cherry pick this person or that person and say, no, I don't consider you worthy of loan forgiveness because I don't like the politics of the city you live in, the state you live in, or the organization you work for, is a very serious danger. And I'll conclude and just give a related example that's very, very recent of how giving a cabinet secretary this power is likely to lead to abuses. And it's related to education. It's not public service loan forgiveness, but it's related. In early March, Secretary Hegseth, the Secretary of the Department of Defense, said that 13 universities in the United States would no longer be eligible to have senior service corps fellowships, and that is senior members of the military assigned to fellowships at the universities. One of the universities was William and Mary in Virginia, the College of William and Mary. And the reason cited for removing the eligibility of these 13 universities was the secretary decided on his own, as this regulation would allow Secretary McMahon to make this decision on her own. Secretary Hegseth said that William and Mary and the other 13 universities were woke and weak. Because of wokeness and weakness, no longer will we allow senior military service to get fellowships at these universities. Woke and weak. We just had an Armed Services Committee hearing, and I got to ask the key Pentagon official at the Pentagon, what's woke and weak about the College of William and Mary? It is the nation's oldest public university. It educated Thomas Jefferson. One of its most recent chancellors, who was kind of the titular head of the university, is Bob Gates, who was Secretary of Defense under Republican administrations. But according to Pete Hegseth, it's woke and weak. 3 weeks after this declaration was made that William and Mary was woke and weak and thus could not sponsor senior service corps fellowships, militaryfriendly.com awarded William and Mary the label as the most military and veteran-friendly university in the United States. And that was based on data, 1,600 students at William and Mary who are active or veteran, an active ROTC program in the Army, an active ROTC program in the Navy, a clinic at the law school, the Lewis Puller Clinic, where law students help veterans access VA benefits. A unique program in the School of Education at William and Mary that it might be unique in the country, that trains individuals to provide counseling to members of the military and their families. The same publication, militaryfriendly.com, said that the MBA program at the College of William and Mary was the best MBA program in the country for military members and veterans. And yet a cabinet member said that's woke and weak. And so you could easily imagine people who are serving veterans at William and Mary in the Veterans Clinic, people who are providing counseling training in the counseling center, or working other programs, who themselves might feel like they qualified for public service loan forgiveness, but now the Secretary of Defense has said the whole institution is woke and weak. You could easily see them, because of that capricious and arbitrary label, which is against all evidence, you could see them deprived of the opportunity to have their loans forgiven. This regulation just puts too much power in the unaccountable hands of a single person. We should not allow it to happen under either a Democratic or Republican administration. And for that reason, I will bring this motion to the floor presently.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Wyoming.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session.
Without objection. I recognize the senator from Virginia.
I move to proceed to calendar number 402, Senate Joint Resolution 182.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 402, SJ Res 182, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, and so forth.
The questions on the motion to proceed? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no?
No.
No. Of the opinion of the chair? The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Wyoming.
Mr. unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
I recognize the senator from Wyoming.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be initiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S. 1473 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S. 1473, a bill to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 to establish a whistleblower incentive program and provide protections to whistleblowers.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the round substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 345 S 3023.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 345 S 3023, a bill to limit liability for certain entities storing child sexual abuse material for law enforcement agencies and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported the substitute amendment be withdrawn. The Blackburn substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read as the third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Finance Committee be discharged for further consideration of S. 4460 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S. 4460, a bill to provide for an extension of the Rural Community Hospital Demonstration Program.
Without objection, the committee is discharged
Mr.
and the
President,
Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to an en bloc consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk: S. Res. 745 and S. Res. 746.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, May 21st. At the following the player and the pledge, the journal proceedings be approved to the date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Beep, 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 beep.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.